Rumors swirled through the narrow streets like dry leaves in a whirlwind. A fallen aristocrat in tattered trousers, a shadow of his former greatness. Some said that the White Tower itself, the stronghold of mercenaries and mages, was calling him. Others laughed scornfully, drowning history in mockery. No one understood why the heir of an ancient house was wandering among the poor. Questions fell like sand through fingers, without answers. Outside the walls, Camelot shone in western gold. But in Russell's heart, a storm raged, tearing him into disturbing fragments. He remembered the White Tower, a magical shrine and the cradle of his dreams. There, among the vows, his path had crumbled. After his father's death in the war with the Empire, the family fled, abandoning the castle. Russell dreamed of reclaiming the lands by serving the tower. But a bitter fate befell him. Expulsions before even submitting an application. The stigma of a loser, and the sentence, narrow veins of mana. For the mage, this meant the end of the road. The body could not absorb or release magic. A curse without the slightest chance of forgiveness. But even then, fate slipped him a crumb of chance. He received a second circle as a mercenary, although he remained a shadow among real magicians. Registration was over, the crowd was buzzing, and the poor would have to wait another day, like birds in a cage without a key. Some advised him to go to the museum, but only first circle mages were allowed to even clean there. He couldn't stand the humiliation. Russell sat clutching the bundle of coins like a last candle of hope, flickering in the wind of his own doubts. His gaze fell on the Louvreum, a gigantic museum, the pride of the kingdom, where only the steps of aristocrats stepped. Everything here was supposed to dazzle and delight. But even he felt it was here that his true path could begin. Warnings rang out throughout the halls. It was everyone's responsibility to contain the wind's magic. For if anything was broken, the one whose magic had escaped control would have to pay for it. He entered the Hall of Fantastic Creatures, a place that sighed with memories, like the preserved dreams of his childhood. Suddenly, the mother's ring began to tremble, pulling it forward, as if fate itself had grabbed his hand and was leading him through time. He stopped in front of the dragon skeleton, and the ring beat in time with his heart, turning into a second pulsating life. The touch of metal awakened the mother's voice in memory, and the warm pain of childhood cut through the chest like a thin knife. Beneath the glass, the heart of an ancient dragon pulsed, its glow intertwining with the rhythm of the ring like a silent call. Russell froze. The ring, like the eye of a dragon, cried cold tears. Silence fell suddenly, leaving a depressing emptiness. In his imagination, the heart and the eye merged, opening a second sight and a door to a new, unknown magical era. The world mechanism cracked, and his destiny came onto the stage, flooded with the light of the divine gaze. The system woke up. A word thundered in my head, angry, familiar, like a cry from a long-forgotten past. Suddenly, a book hit him on the head, and he started. Professor Hubert looked at him reproachfully. Russell froze. This man had been dead for many years, but now he was alive. He had returned to the past. The sun was blazing outside, and the classroom was buzzing with noise. Russell was lost in his thoughts. He found himself in the past, where time had changed its rules. The teacher in the corridor cast a stern glance. His eyes showed a shadow of condemnation, as if punishment was waiting for the guy just around the corner. An amazing magic of time has given Russell a second sight and a chance to rewrite his destiny, as if writing a new chapter in a forgotten legend. A voice in his memory called him the first stone of a new mythology, but his mother's ring suddenly disappeared, leaving doubt in his heart. He felt that his mother had helped him, but would he be able to feel her warm presence again in the darkest moments of his trials? Professor Hubert noted that Russell never dozed off in class. Words that were gentle, but filled with strict expectation. The teacher arranged a meeting in his office during lunch, and the boy agreed, feeling a tremulous ringing of anxiety. He remembered how many times he had gotten into trouble, and although it was frightening, it also gave him the bittersweet taste of challenge. In the corridor, his path was blocked by an acquaintance from the past. Frederick, cruel and self-confident, like a wolf among the shadows. Frederick drove the weak student to the toilet, showering him with sharp images, like blades tearing through the silence around him. Memories floated before his eyes. This had happened before. But now Russell had a chance to change the course, as if writing on an empty wind. Suddenly, a system message appeared. Stop the bullying, punish the offenders, and receive a magical reward. The chance cannot be missed. He hesitated. An illusion or a challenge? But the voice of his heart called him not to remain silent, not to hide in the shadows, not to weaken. Russell was at a crossroads, to intervene or to disappear into the crowd. There was no point in running. They were at the academy, protected by their own. He decided that the mission could wait. Right now, it was more important to punish those who considered him easy prey and unworthy. The experience of a mercenary erased fear. This fight seemed like child's play compared to battles against monsters. He stepped forward, challenging the enemy with his gaze. The words were drowned out by the dull roar that hung in the air. Koma lunged first, but his blow was met by a cold, invisible force that penetrated the defense like an icy wave. Russell moved faster and harder, causing the enemy to become lost in the chaos as if they were being caught in a storm. Images poured from Koma's mouth, but behind them was rage and fear. Magic was forbidden, but real power was in the fists. Frederick released his hidden power, but his fist ended up in Russell's strong fingers, pinning his opponent to his knees. He was a reminder of the shame of the enemy race, which he feared, humiliating the weakest, hiding behind the mask of strength. Anger flared in his veins. Russell swung, but Frederick was already begging for mercy, and the class froze in tense silence. The enemies lay powerless, and Russell warned, only humility would save their lives in the future. Russell sat down on the floor, hesitating. Had he crossed the line this time? Had he caused too much pain to his enemies? Suddenly, the system announced a reward, a low-level magic stone that could change the game at any moment. The object turned out to be edible. A smile appeared on his lips. An irony of fate, or a test that must be accepted? The edible stone in Russell's palm was an unexpected challenge. A sip of it was like a sip of burning, unknown magic, piercing to the very heart. The system confirmed activation, as if opening a curtain between worlds, where past and present merged into the touch of a new force. The taste of the stone was sharp and unfriendly, but the explosion of magical energy inside made one forget any discomfort, engulfing the body in fire. The world around him began to sparkle with a bright glow, as if the heart of magic was beating in unison with his pulse, filling the space with living, pulsating energy. The manosphere grew, dissolving into thin air, promising stability and opening doors to new powers and unknown possibilities. With renewed energy, Russell felt the mana veins pulsating and growing inside him, like roots penetrating into the depths of his soul. Memories of the fall of the family and expulsion from the academy returned, but they were replaced by a glimmer of hope, a dawn of strength growing within him. As he walked into the office, he could smell change, as if the door led to a completely different, mysterious dimension filled with magic and danger. Professor Hubert sat, looking with pain and understanding, as if he felt the vibrations of change pulsating in the soul of the young man, like a quiet support. The support grew silently, just as the professor had once been the only one who did not retreat when the darkness of despair slid over Russell. Words of gratitude sounded barely audible, hiding the pain and devotion of those who believed in him, despite all the obstacles and losses. Iron discipline held firm, reminding that sleeping in class would not go unpunished, even when chaos was raging around and changes were pressing from all sides. The task awaited, a report on sections of magic that frightened even experienced students, like a challenge from the deepest abyss. Suddenly, the system announced a mission: to do the professor's job, promising rewards, new powers, and old secrets hidden in the shadows. The professor's words sounded like a quiet challenge. This was only the beginning of a great journey into the depths of magic, holding secrets and dangers. At the table, among mountains of books, Russell immersed himself in knowledge because his heart was on fire, and it seemed that the whole world would submit to his will. The past was a reminder of hard work, when he fought for strength, compensating for the lack of magic with willpower and unwavering tenacity. Now every mana vein pulsed within him, becoming a weapon. Endurance and power merged into a unity of mighty force. The mana flowing through the veins breathed life, filling the body with fire, like a living flame burning inside and not dying out. The encounter with the monster erupted in magical currents, awakening dormant powers that had long lain deep within his soul. Russell knew that before there was not enough energy, but now it pulsed with every breath, like the living pulse of his being. Lying on the cold ground, he whispered a prayer, like a seed thrown into dark soil. Would it sprout under the watchful eye of heaven, or be lost in the random winds of fate? In a mysterious place, two gymnasiums leaned over, the blood paths and the body of the wizard, holding the keys to true transformation. The first school taught how to strengthen the body, expand the mana veins, the living arteries of magic that extend inward, filling it with strength. The second gave the ability to replace muscles with magical tissues, making the body more resilient, flexible, strong, and unshakable. The young magician understood that strengthening the body meant strengthening the magical flows, like two parts of one powerful whole. The teenage body was more sensitive to changes, so this was a chance to break the shackles and rise to new heights. He stood up, holding back the pain, knowing he had the strength to break through any barriers and drive fear into the darkness. The system announced a new mission: to run 5 kilometers, practicing ancient magic in continuous movement and concentration. Progress was slow, but each step brought us closer to our goal, opening up new paths and expanding our horizons of possibilities. Suddenly, the infinite repetition function was activated, a chance to improve mastery and dominance over the body and lies. The distance depended on the level of professionalism. It flowed like a living fire in the veins of a magician who knew no boundaries. Once the summit was reached, the mission disappeared, leaving behind traces of strength and wisdom along the difficult path. Lying down after the race, he knew the next step would be the hardest, but necessary for growth and transformation. A shadow in the darkness whispered cold words. The path to true strength always leads through the fire of struggle and pain. Professor Hubert could hardly contain his surprise. In front of him stood a guy who had stepped onto the pinnacle of knowledge, where even the students of the academy had been going for years. The teacher's gaze flashed as the young man placed his hand on his heart and calmly swore an oath, locking it with his own lie as if it were the seal of faith. Not everyone would dare to raise themselves to such a test. Hubert bowed his head, recognizing his student's work as worthy of the highest honor. The light of the system message cut through the space like lightning. The task was accomplished. The reward awakened the boiling of mana in his veins. The professor let him go, but he did not hesitate. He demanded access to the cathedral library, the heart of ancient secrets. The news that he had already drained the student library's knowledge down to the last scroll stunned even the experienced Hubert. But the archives were only valid for the chosen few. The teacher promised to test whether he could pass through that threshold. The system brought up a new task, and the young man's heart sank. Days of burning nights without sleep lay ahead. He remembered that power is built on knowledge, and knowledge always requires a sacrifice that must be made without hesitation. Each completed mission brought mana stones, and with them a chance to grow, turning training into a weapon. The dark liquid from the flask burned his throat, a sip that opened the gates to a new and severe test. In the courtyard, he was met by Anton Frederick, whose gaze glimmered with pleasure at the coming humiliation. But instead of a duel, Anton chose the poisonous spectacle of public humiliation during a lesson. The silence of the courtyard cracked under his steps, But there were too few spectators for this scene. Magic training had always been a painful mirror for Russell, reflecting his weakness. He remembered the upcoming lesson and clenched his fists. There could be no defeat this time. The systemic radiance cut out the target, the second circle, a deeper penetration into the power of the elements. Stones were promised as a reward, but their price could be too high. The fire in the veins heated the heart. The perfect circle must be crossed out, without any shadow of fear. Each line of the circle sounded like a string, and a mistake could cost his life. But he did not flinch. A flash, and silence fell. The second circle had submitted, and he lay there, catching his breath and clutching his victory. The system brought out new symbols. The power of fire and lightning in it grew, gaining weight. The professor looked silently, and recognition shone in his eyes. The guy had not broken. But now comes the last, most dangerous request of the teacher, opening the door to the truth. Hubert wanted to hear, which stage of magic is the key to power? And time stood still, waiting for his answer. The professor peered at the young man, waiting for the words that would lift the curtain on the mystery of magic. A fire of confidence was already burning in his heart. Power is born in the imagination. Russell understood. Lies are only the key that leads from the knowledge of the laws of the world to their implementation, and this path does not tolerate cowards. The stage of imagination cannot be broken by exercises or brute force. Only the courage to break the limits of the mind opens the door to magic. The fire in his palms trembled, ready to become lightning or transform into a creature the world had never seen before. Magic began with knowledge and ended with conquest. The professor admitted that this student had grown up for greater truths. The system announced a reward: mana stones and access to the first level of the professor's library. Russell stepped into the room where the books exuded power, and felt that every scroll here held a fragment of immortality. The gaze slid over the bindings, filled with knowledge that did not change the truth. There were footsteps behind him. The woman with the flame-like gaze stood in the shadows, studying him with silent attention. He recognized Daria, the owner of the Eighth Circle, the keeper of the Red Faction, and the highest tower. She was 80, but her beauty was preserved by a magic that stopped the passage of time. Her aura cut the heart like a bolt of lightning. She came closer, and he, hiding his anxiety, realized that this meeting could change his path in the magical world. Daria looked as if she could see the lies flowing through his veins, smooth, pure, dangerous, like a quiet river before a storm. Russell sensed that she saw more than he was willing to reveal. But she had not come to teach him, but to weigh his strength. She wished him growth. Her words, cold and precise, cut deeper than any spell. He had not expected to meet her here. Her advice sounded like a coded prophecy, still awaiting its time. A mocking shadow of a voice came from behind the shelves. Frederick was mocking, questioning why the boy was leaving the sanctuary of professorial knowledge. In practical fights, the weakest was usually called out first, so that he could choose an equal opponent. Once upon a time, it was always Russell, and he was sure that history would repeat itself again. Frederick taunted, offering himself as a favor. The others shouted, seeking their own advantage. But this time, Anton was the first to be called. The class froze, as if someone had broken an invisible agreement. Anton thanked him, and the professor's words changed his connections with the Guild of Influential Merchants. And then Russell's name was heard. He didn't yet know why it had happened, but he knew it was impossible to dodge. The professor was thoughtfully sipping his coffee when the door swung open with a bang. Daria burst in like a storm, and even the walls shook from her presence. She wondered why a guy named Russell was allowed into the most sacred place, the library, which only select professors can enter. The professor, as if touching an invisible knot, asked with surprise whether he was to blame. And Daria, barely arching a smile, threw in a spark of a hint at the hidden treasure of the young man's talent. The words about the second circle fell like an icy sword into water, and the silence in the office became heavy as stone. At the stadium at this time, Russell heard the system's order: win the training fight or disappear from the tournament board. The reward promised was magic stones and access to a secret compartment, where only magicians with a purse heavier than gold can enter. Anton's mocking voice cut through his thoughts, demanding humiliation in front of the entire class. Russell just clenched his fists, and red lies flared up around him, pulsating like the heart of an awakened volcano. The referee's signal broke the silence, and the field shook from the impact of two furious streams of magic. Anton laughed, not believing in the second circle for a magician with weak veins, and rushed forward with a burning blade. Russell responded with a mana armor as thin as silk, but as strong as steel, repelling the wave of heat without a trace of fear. Explosions of spells raised columns of dust, tore apart the ground, and cut through the darkness with blue flashes. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, mingling with the warmth of the fire, and the arena was ablaze with a wild dance of lightning. The field shook as the first fire arrow of the second circle, created a moment later, fell from the sky. The teachers were dumbfounded. Such a speed of creation was impossible for a magician of his level. Anton saw two arrows at the same time, but it was an illusion born of concentration and skill. He planned to wear down his opponent with fire attacks until his reserves were depleted. Fiery armor flared on his body. The work of the second circle, strong and thirsty for battle. He waited for the moment of the decisive blow, but instead of flame, Russell created an arrow of wind that cut through space. The cold whirlwind blew away the fire defense and turned the tide of battle upside down. Sparks converged in his palm, creating lightning that split the darkness of the arena in half. The flames wrapped around his hands, forming a red-hot sphere that devoured everything in its path. The teachers rushed to stop the battle. On the guy's body, mana armor shone, like knight's armor created from pure energy. He took possession of it himself and stood firm, taking on every challenge without fear. Anton lay motionless on the cold stone of the arena, defeated and humiliated. The students fell silent, not believing that the boy with the once fragile lie was capable of such power. The teachers exchanged astonished glances, trying to understand the nature of his growth. The professor announced the winner, and Russell's name sounded like a challenge to order itself. He was allowed to leave, but he stayed, his eyes burning with the desire to continue the fight. According to the laws of duels, the winner could choose the next opponent. In the depths of consciousness, a whisper of the system was heard, promising rewards for victories. 14 fights in a row, and the surprised mentor already saw in him a breakthrough talent. Daria saw him for the first time and immediately sensed the hidden potential of his lies. Suddenly, a magical compartment opened in front of Russell, storing all future trophies. From inside, he received a map full of mysterious signs and promises of trials. The new mission took him to an unknown location where the rewards were beyond imagination. But the path is allowed to be passed only after reaching the third circle of lies. On the map, the place remained unfamiliar, and the only clue was the books from the professor's library. Old folios rustled under his hands, but not a single map matched the mysterious place. The pages consumed time, leaving only the bitterness of loss and the feeling of futility of the search. He forced himself to look up from his books, deciding to focus on reaching the third circle. The students watched him in the hallway in amazement, whispering about his continuous victories. The professor called him into his office, asking about his plans for the summer holidays. He offered to join the research project and share the authorship of the article. Russell declined, remembering his purpose and the place he had to visit. Soon he was riding in a carriage, contemplating the endless expanses through the window. The road promised to be long, and he received modest food to satisfy his hunger. The heat was oppressive, the air was heavy, and the coachman muttered in surprise about the strange journey. Russell promised himself that before he reached that distant land, he would complete the formation of the third circle. The professor, having learned of his departure, barely shrugged his shoulders, as if anticipating the shadow of her presence. Daria, invisibly weaving his path. His native city shone in the golden rays of the sun, and the magic of the streets pulsated under his steps, like the living rhythm of the heart itself. Daria held the cocktail in her hand, lost in thoughts about magic circles and numbers, as if invisible threads weave the destinies of the most powerful magicians. The 9 whispered about the end of the old path, the 6 burned the soul with a cruel test, and the 3 gave birth to a new, independent and powerful magician. The carriage stopped, but Russell remained silent. The coachman muttered about his absence from the familiar world, like a shadow that had separated from him. He had spent too much energy taming the agitated mana, but the 3rd circle had been completed, and triumph was mixed with a passionate desire to move on. Lights flashed on the map like magical beacons of fate, pointing the way to a new mission, beckoning with mysterious lands. The Pompeii volcano tour promised danger and mystery, but magic pulsed in the heart with a bright fire, stronger than any fear. Legends whispered of a mountain transformed into a volcano by the power of a mythical creature that left its mark even in the fabric of magic. He felt the aura of the creature, a power that shook the air and broke the mind. The red-eyed dragon burst out of the fire, declaring, "The path of magic begins. Danger is near." Russell sought solitude, to feel the silence and magic of this place, breathing ancient energy under every step. The path continued mysterious and full of mysteries, and the guide disappeared, leaving only the whisper of the wind and the magical cold. Russell raced across the clear water, his heart ablaze with the thirst to know his own strength and the limits of what was possible. The reason for his return through the ordeal was the continuous growth granted by new missions and generous rewards. Suddenly, everything became connected with the dragon, and the card in his hands began to glow with a weak magical fire, like a predictor of danger. A small light showed the way, and he thought about how to get around the noisy waterfall rushing down like a wild animal. With all his strength, Russell released a wind arrow, a gust of magic that cut through the air, leaving a whistle and traces of energy. The cave with the bench was hidden from human eyes, forgotten even by experienced travelers, like a secret waiting to be discovered. There was a warning. One should only step here after the 3rd circle, but he ignored it, overcoming fear and caution. The ancient column stood in the forest, mysterious and calm, imprinted by time and the elements, like a witness to ancient magic. Memories of his mercenary days would suddenly surface, forcing him to relax and feel the moment. Every breath became part of the journey, but the silence was deceiving. The absence of monsters foreshadowed a real predator, hidden in the shadows and ready to attack. Suddenly, a huge Komodo lizard lunged at him, its eyes gleaming with hunger and danger, making his heart beat faster. The Komodo lizard emerged from the shadows, a single monster that obeyed only 2 armies of mercenaries, like a living spark tearing the night to pieces. Russell knew that running away now was his only chance, and his heart beat like a war drum, filled with the anticipation of danger. He activated the 2nd circle of lies. A stream of wind swirled in his palms, forming a deadly arrow whistling through the air. A wind arrow cut through the space, sharply cutting through the air, and a cold gust made the lizard stop, if only for a moment. Mana obediently curled into a sharp blade, and the blow slowed the creature slightly, leaving a trace of danger on its skin. Russell walked confidently towards the stone gates, feeling the test begin to gain momentum and temper his spirit. The lizard was testing him, forcing him to prove his worth through the power of the magic pulsating through his veins like a living current. Russell felt that battle was inevitable, and anger fueled his energy, turning fear into fighting heat. The 2nd circle of mana turned the air into a pillar of flame that shot forward, destroying everything in its path and leaving behind ashes. The fire roared, the heat burned his palms, the tremors of the earth echoed the tearing power that burst from his hands. The monster suddenly dropped to his knees, his eyes flashing with recognized strength, fear and respect, mixed into a brilliant look. He burned away his doubts with the fire of his actions and proved himself worthy. The message announced a new mission. Destroy all ice golems using only the fire burning in your palms. His fist burst into flames, a destructive determination awakening like a volcano ready to release a lava of power. To destroy the golems, their cores had to be burned, and even the tiniest crack was a test of his skill. The cold of the ice threatened to stop the wind magic, leaving only the fiery path to save from inevitable defeat. Russell felt a limitation. Only fire could pass this test. No other element would submit to the severe cross. He concentrated, activated the dead circle of mana, and tore a column of burning fire from his palm, blazing brighter than the sun. Flames lit up the cave, burning the ice and creating a single path to victory that pulsed with light and power at the same time. The flame began to spin in his palms like a living fiery snake, turning into a red-hot spherical stream that radiated heat and danger. A wave of fire rushed forward, burning everything in its path, like a storm of fiery blades that knew no regret and left only ashes. The heat burned the skin, and the flames roared like a wild creature striving for destruction, embracing space and calling for battle. Russell realized that there were 2 more golems ahead of him, and his mana reserves would run out before he could defeat everyone standing in his way. To penetrate thick armor, he concentrated all his power into one point, concentrating the power of fire into a small core of destructive energy. First he retreated while forming a spell, then he threw out the flame, combining it with the strengthening formula, making the attack unstoppable. The pillar of fire doubled, intertwining with the force of compression, and a huge fiery spear was born, tearing the air with a whistle and heat. Russell felt his mind reaching a new level of mastery of fire, and the lies flowed out like a river, as if the elements themselves were bending to his will. Holding the spear was tiring, so he decided to attack first, reducing the number of enemies to a minimum, as if conducting a deadly dance. The fiery flames flared up, burning the golems one by one, leaving behind only smoldering ashes and the smell of hot stone. There were 4 left, then 2, and finally 1, barely able to withstand his final blow, holding the cold armor as it buckled. Russell threw one last powerful pillar, piercing the icy heart of the fallen golem, unable to withstand the onslaught, and the cave shook from the force of the blow. The message announced the completion of the mission. The reward was magical stones and the mysterious forgotten horn of the king, filled with fiery power. Russell lay among the smoke and ash, feeling the power of the fire flow into him, promising new challenges and even greater heights of magic. The forgotten horn of the king flared before him like the sun in the night sky, radiating a blinding power that tore through the darkness and drew his gaze. A moment of immersion into the ancient king's mind brought an unexpected gift. His magic flowed into Russell, giving him a feeling of inexhaustible power. Fire magic blossomed around him, scorching the air with red light, opening up new horizons of power for him that stretched beyond the limits of the familiar. Suddenly, he was thrown onto an island, the water sparkling in the sun, and he looked around in bewilderment, feeling the light breath of new possibilities. He realized that he had used the horn of the forgotten king, raising the firepower to an advanced level where every spark could destroy obstacles. The excess lies turned into pure potential, ready for the next leap of mastery, like a river spilling over its banks. The reward was far more valuable than the previous trials, filling the heart with pride and strength pulsating in the veins of flame. Suddenly, he felt another surge of magic, and Daria appeared before him, her aura radiating curiosity and attention to his achievements. She acknowledged his incredible skill, and the lies in his hands became even purer, as if the elements themselves approved of his aspiration. Russell listened to her question, learning that the island was her homeland, and the moment of magical awakening gained special weight in his mind. The world around him shone, and he felt that even the most powerful spells were only the first steps on the path to the beckoning pinnacle of magic. Summer was opening up over the Maldives, and Daria appeared here, feeling the rhythm of the island's magic, filling the air with invisible energy. Russell watched silently, searching for words, for something was lurking in the back of his mind, telling him that new trials lay ahead. He admired the beauty of the world that unfolded before his eyes, feeling the breath of a powerful element intertwined with his own strength. Daria assessed his abilities, watching as signs of fire magic flared up in his path, noting his mastery and ability to control the elements. Russell felt a surge of power within him, the symbol of the fire tower blazing in his hands, confirming the mastery he had achieved and the maturity of his magic. He was given the task of helping Daria tame the innocent pirate ship and pass the test of true courage. The information about slavery and its harsh prohibition awakened in him a determination not to allow injustice, inflaming his heart with unwavering determination. Daria would develop a detailed plan, making it look like they were preparing to attack so that the enemy would be caught in the trap of surprise. Russell realized that his power was needed here, because hundreds of mages could respond. But only he was the key to success and salvation. The internal fear and tension grew, because Daria's test could seem insurmountable, and the path of the defender turned out to be cruel and dangerous. She drew the enemy's attention, leaving a chance to rescue the captives, and the trial unfolded in a brilliant whirlwind of magic, danger, and decisive action. Fire exploded above the deck, wrapping itself around the pirate's ship like a mad dragon, its tongue scorching the wood and fabric, causing panic. Flames pierced the enemies, skin was baked, ropes were torn, and the ship turned into a burning trap where chaos became a deadly art. Smoke billowed above the deck, hiding Daria, and the warmth and light pushed the pirates back like an invisible shield, conquering the elements of war. With each wave of flame, she possessed space, turning chaos into a harmony of destruction, where each flash revealed her mighty power. The pirate ship found itself in the embrace of fiery columns that tore apart the deck and masts. Fire whistled through the air, burning the skin of enemies and leaving behind a trail of smoke and heat. The pirates' screams were lost in the roar of flames, and Daria stood in the midst of the chaos, her eyes burning as bright as her spell. Russell made his way onto the ship, feeling the power of magic that could once burn down an entire castle, and his heart beat in time with the flames. The flames instantly engulfed the deck, making him feel at one with the elements, every movement becoming a continuation of the fiery stream. He put his own desires aside. Saving people required speed and determination without a moment's hesitation. The pirates raged, threatening with knives, and their fear grew before Daria's magic, which glowed with red light and controlled space. Russell fired a bolt of lightning, cutting through the darkness and burning his enemies, forcing them to retreat, the flames and electricity intertwining into a single gust. Sparks rained down around him like a storm, and his eyes glowed with control over the power, just like a hunter hunting the shadow of an enemy. The prisoners realized that salvation had become a reality, although the threat still hung over them like a dark hoop of fear and danger. Russell instructed them to remain inside, protecting the weak, until the pirates were completely subdued by his magic and fortitude. The prisoners quietly thanked their fates, feeling relief and faith in the protector, whose magic became their only shield in this chaos. He watched in amazement at how many people and children were being held in a cramped cell, ready to be sold, and his heart was filled with determination. The pirate burst out of the shadows, his saber flashing in his enemy's hands, threatening a fatal blow, like lightning suddenly breaking the silence. Russell stood in the center, raising the energy of the second circle of mana, his skin sparkling with tension, ready to release deadly force. The lightning chain spell shot out from his palm, piercing the air with a whistle of death and hitting the enemy with inevitable punishment. The lightning struck accurately, leaving behind the smell of burnt metal and a trail of ozone, and the pirate trembled under the onslaught of magic and light. Each new blow of magic was strengthened, creating a deadly whirlwind over the battlefield, where chaos became an instrument of salvation. His eyes spotted a strange chamber amid the flames and destruction, a haven for prisoners where light could penetrate the darkness. Russell activated the magical light, and a spherical fire ignited in his hands, dispersing the shadows and opening the way to salvation. In the cage he saw quiet and observant elves, their eyes shining among the shadows like a ray of purity in the midst of chaos. Their thoughts felt his power and the purity of his magic, like sunlight breaking through thick clouds over a battlefield. His mana emitted something special. The magic was purer and more powerful than they had seen before, like a source of light in the darkness. The captive elves felt his presence not only with their eyes, but also with their souls, understanding that the power of this magician was a real protection. Russell prepared to act, realizing that salvation required precision, calm, and composure in the midst of the chaos that was blazing around him. The elves looked at him warily, as if they could smell the scent of ancient souls in the air, left behind by forgotten magic. Russell caught a shadow of distrust and surprise in their eyes, as if they saw in him something that should not exist in this world. They begged for freedom, and fear drove from their voices the very cold pride that had always covered the hearts of the elves. He realized that before him was not a simple prisoner, but a figure capable of changing the mood of an entire nation with one word. Touching the lock, he poured the warmth of his power into the metal, and the iron came to life, opening the way for those held by the darkness. The elf, narrowing her eyes, asked about his victories, hinting at enemies stronger than any of her warriors. Meanwhile, chaos tore through the deck. Screams, the roar of battle and flashes of magic tore at the night like the fangs of a monster. Daria rushed forward, and her fire, like a living creature, furiously devoured everything in its path. Fire arrows whistled through the air, burning the skin of enemies and destroying their shaky barriers. The blast of heat waves sent the pirates running, but the chief captain emerged from the darkness, filled with cold fury. Don Cook walked confidently, the blade cutting through the flames, and the armor cast glare from the flashes like a mirror of war. His figure exuded strength and cruelty, and every word about his craft dripped from his lips like poison. Daria's first blow sent him flying back, but he rushed forward, cutting through the fire and trying to break through her defense. The flames flared again, burning his shoulder and forcing him back under the onslaught of the hot storm. Russell dodged between the spears raining down from all directions, feeling his aura pushing back the enemies like a storm wave. The elves warned him that he was facing a vice captain, one of the most dangerous people one could meet at sea. The pirate laughed, considering the magician a child, incapable of organizing a real mortal battle. He whispered that defeat comes only with death, and promised to show how people die at the hands of pirates. The tree could not withstand the fierce flames, so Russell turned to another force, one as old as the sky itself. The third circle of mana opened and the air hummed with the electric thrill of anticipation. A blinding discharge spun in his hands, shining like a red-hot fragment of a star. A thunderclap cut through the night, striking the enemy with heavenly wrath and tearing the silence in half. A bright flash forced everyone to cover their eyes, and a wave of force knocked down even those who considered themselves unshakable. Black funnels began to glow on the deck, and the smell of ozone trembled in the air, reminding us of the fury of the spell. The pirate withstood the blow. His strength shielded his body from the electricity, preventing the lightning from finishing him off. A warm shield of magic trembled, protecting Russell as he gathered within himself a new, decisive wave of power. The pirates teased Daria, marveling at her dexterity and trying to beg for the secrets of her family, like vultures circling over their prey. She answered in an even voice, feeling the blue-gold glow of magic bloom in her palms, warm and dangerous like the heart of a star. The glow flared brighter, and two burning projectiles rushed forward, leaving behind only heat and ash. Fire gnomes burst from her hands, tiny but fiercely alive creatures that greedily devoured the deck boards and the cries of their enemies. The pirates squealed, recognizing her as the witch from the fire tower, whose name frightened even seasoned sea-wolves. Meanwhile, Russell had come to blows with the captain, and their blows rang like a bloom under a blacksmith's hammer. The enemy was amazed at how the young man, strengthening himself with magic, turned his body into a tireless fighting machine. The captain recalled the legend of a knight whose rage wiped out a troop of mercenaries, and only magical power stopped his path. Another deflected blow made the pirate quiver with rage, but Russell was already gathering a new spell. The second circle of mana gave birth to a blade of wind in his hands, sharp as the cold breath of a heavenly sword. A wind arrow shot from his palms, cutting through the air and sweeping away everything that stood in its path. The captain staggered, unable to withstand the force of the blow, and retreated, clutching his weapon like a saving amulet. The blood slowly left Russell's body, but he gathered his strength to open the prison and release the exhausted elves. He called them to follow him, but in the darkness, a roaring cry of an enemy swore to cut off his head. The magician was sure that he had won, but the pirate rose from the shadows again, burning with a thirst for revenge. Russell ordered the prisoners to go up the stairs, rescuing people as well, while he remained a wall in their path. The pirate scoffed at him for wasting his time on slaves and rushed forward with his saber, aiming straight for the heart. The blade whistled past his chest, but a step to the side saved the young man from the deadly kiss of steel. He raised his hand, and the blue shield flared, intercepting the mad onslaught. Shabla hit the barrier, sending sparks flying, but the magical wall held the pressure like a stone against waves. While the shield absorbed the blows, Russell gathered his strength, preparing the final decisive shot. He stood rooted to the deck until the last of the rescued had disappeared from the battlefield. As silence filled the space, he closed his eyes and circles of mana lit up beneath his feet. Like a miniature sun, Russell raised his hands, and the ground beneath the enemy's feet screamed, and whirlwinds of light and shadow intertwined into a deadly ball, like two animals in an arena. The magic burst forth, breaking the silence with a thunderous roar, causing the enemies to shudder as if from the breath of the storm itself. The pirate rushed to the side, but the flow of energy swept away everything living and inanimate, leaving behind ashes and broken hopes. His aura became sharp as a blade, ready for a decisive blow, and the pirate clutched his weapon, preparing to break through the shield. The clenched palm burst into flames, and it stretched out into a long, fiery spear that burned away the oxygen around it. The heat of the spell forced the enemy to retreat, and the fiery spear cut through the air, leaving behind a trail of sparks and smoke. The fiery blade pierced the pirate's defense and exploded into light that devoured everything within a few steps. A wave of fire rolled across the deck. The ground beneath his feet turned black, and new harpoons of light appeared in his hands. The captain, retreating, remembered his brother, without whom his dreams of destroying Daria would have remained a haze. Daria raised her hands, and the night blossomed with tongues of flame, and her gaze was sharp as a blade of vengeance. Fireballs exploded at the captain, the deck boards groaned under the heat, and the enemies panicked and showered sparks into the darkness. Each of her movements intensified the fire, obediently dancing to the rhythm of freedom, licking away fear and resistance. Russell fell, exhausted but victorious, and the magic message brought him a reward, a mid-level stone. Daria watched as the flames in her hands pulsated, ready to destroy everything, even the enemy's very hope. The elf leaned over Russell, healing him, but warned him that the lie had not yet been restored, and the process would be long. Daria praised him for defeating 2 knights, and he was surprised that it was 2 and not 1. Elf vowed to repay the rescue, but Russell said he acted as a protector, not for glory. The names of Lady Ilo and the Master of the Fire Tower remained with him, reminding him of the path he had taken and his allies. The elves reported the criminals had been neutralized, and the chaos of the battle began to dissolve into the silence after the storm. They behaved differently than on the ship, calmly but inexorably, like the current of a river shedding stone. Russell asked about Lady Ilo's conversation in the cell, sensing a subtle hint of alarm in her gaze. She said that there was a trace of dragon essence running through his veins, and that scent could be detected by spirits. There was a drop of the green dragon's power in her own blood, and even she attracted other worldly hunters. Ilo explained that his rapid growth was due to his mixed blood, half dragon, half human. She believed that such a force could move not only the kingdom, but also the world, so the burden of duty awaits him. Daria insisted that the elves stay in cover until their mana was restored, because caution saves more than a sword. She offered her mansion and asked for help in training, promising that this way Ilo would be able to repay the debt. Daria encouraged Russell to take advantage of the opportunity, promising special training from the master of the fire tower. The carriage was already approaching, and the air trembled with the anticipation of new knowledge and dangerous trials. They talked about the school term, trusting Hubert with order and peace, although deep down there was still a glimmer of anxiety. The road revealed majestic views before them, sliding past the carriage windows as if the earth blessed their forward movement. They stopped at a mansion, luxurious, like an ancient castle, shrouded in magic and silence, as if eternity still rested in it. Daria sincerely invited guests to feel at home. Ilo caught the warmth of these words and bowed her head in gratitude, filled with respect and bright thanks. Russell recognized these walls. He had come here with his parents as a child. The memories squeezed his heart with a sweet and painful spasm. He dared to ask about the mansion's past. Daria smiled. It had once belonged to others, but now the house was hers. The truth flashed through the boy's mind. This was the former property of his family, which fate had torn from his hands and sold for a pittance. A bitterness stirred in him. He stood among a lost heritage, returned to a past he had not expected to meet. A week passed. Ilo renewed her mana, and Daria sighed with relief, reminding him that it was time for Russell to train. The conversation touched on spirits. Ilo confirmed that they would help the young mage open a new level of power. At the edge of the waterfall, Russell was practicing his strokes, but suddenly he stumbled and fell into the fast-moving water, testing his own fortitude. Daria asked him what lesson he had learned from the fight with the knight, and he answered as if he had imprinted the truth in stone. Distance rules the duel. She nodded, explaining, "Distance is the heart of magic. Space obeys those who know its hidden laws." Fire ignited in her palms. She cast the flash spell, demonstrating how space bends, and ordered it to be repeated. The task was clear: to learn to move instantly. In the future, this will become the sharpest weapon against enemies. Russell was torn apart by the rock, and a whisper was heard in his mind. Flash. It seemed to him that his hand was already touching the impossible. Daria reminded, "This magic does not need a circle, only an understanding of the essence of space. Otherwise, the path to the flash will remain forever closed." He fought again. Every fall tore his body with pain, but every attempt became a step toward true mastery of power. He called for space to close into a point, but he fell down, feeling the blows of stones and his own powerlessness. Flames flared up under his feet, turning training into torture. Daria silently watched his suffering. She reminded him, "A new test is ahead, to make contracts with souls, and Ilo will be his guide." The elf was glad to be of service. She ordered to close her eyes and immerse herself in the vision of fire, where sparks danced. In the young man's imagination, the sun flared up, fiery branches began to play, and his lies gushed out in a pure and powerful stream. Ilo was amazed by the energy hidden in his body. She promised to be a guide, to lead him through the shadows of consciousness. She knew. The door to the spirit world is open to everyone, human or elf. Nature lets in those who are united with their goals. When intentions are in harmony, the line is erased, and spirits emerge from behind the curtain, listening to the call of the mortal heart. But Russell's heart was beating differently. Ilo felt it when she touched his thoughts. It was not faith that burned deep inside, but an icy spark. She had stumbled upon a sharp emotion: hatred. It lived in him, hidden like fire under ashes, ready to explode. As her touch reached his mind, Russell's eyes blazed with fire, and his soul burned from within, like a flame with a life of its own. His hands responded to the rhythm of the magic like burning torches, not burning, but dancing in harmony with what was boiling inside. Russell woke up in a haze of memories, with Daria in his mind's eye and the events blurry, like the aftermath of a storm that had engulfed his world. The mana exploded in him suddenly, breaking the boundaries of his body. The flow of energy raged furiously, leaving control by a thread. Elo stood nearby, bandaged, calmly assuring him that everything was fine, although the guilt for losing control was deeply rooted in him. He stood by the fountain, and Daria watched him from the window, trying to unravel the nature of this explosion of emotions and magic. They reached the door to the spirit world, but the wave of his feelings blocked the way, as if a wall of emotions had risen in front of them. Elo's curiosity. What was Russell's heart hiding? What secret did he carry within himself? Daria announced a new workout, simple but grueling, like a test of will, keeping the spirit tense and disciplined. Russell was ordered to assist the mansion staff by performing a thorough spring cleaning throughout the week. He was angry, convinced that physical labor should not distract from training, and mentally grumbled against this order. The plan was strict. Magic was forbidden. Only discipline and hard work kept his body and spirit in constant tension. Despite his indignation, he began to clean, feeling that even in simple work, a rhythm of strength and endurance was revealed. Russell was moving the mop tensely, muttering a spell of discipline when he slipped and fell onto the cold floor. The maid's sharp gaze monitored every movement, as if testing his speed and precision in everything. The marks on the floor were dangerous. It was Daria's favorite vase, fragile as the crystal heart of the mansion. He felt guilty as he touched the wreckage, realizing the weight of his mistake and the importance of the magical balance of the house. The housekeeper's orders were delivered in a strict rhythm, forcing everyone to obey the rules of cleaning, where every movement mattered. Deprived of magic, he survived only through physical labor, which kept him fit and required patience. The maid watched him carefully, holding the vase from below, washing the floor behind the door, not missing a single stain. Russell felt like he was going through a test of endurance and patience, where every move tested his determination and strength. The sound of the dinner bell brought him out of his tension, and he moved towards the table filled with incense and tempting delicacies. The staff was surprising in their numbers and attentiveness. Their conversations were easy, but there was a wariness hidden in every word. One servant joked about his muscles, touching them, and Russell felt, this is also a test, a check of reactions and endurance. He smiled inside, suspecting a hidden test, where every gesture and word affected the magical balance of the house. Russell pulled a heavy log, and his heart burned with the desire to conquer labor with magic, but his body was silent, testing his endurance. Every step was taken with incredible tension, and the servants watched through grins that hid both mockery and favor. Having finished their work, they rested, the beer warming their hands and wrinkles, like a small sun melting at the end of the day. The first sip hit him hard, leaving Russell feeling an invisible fury swirling around him like a storm in a glass. He saw himself as a student, confusing his own strength with the experience of his elders, like a child trying to lift a giant sword. The elders laughed, letting the lessons of patience and drinking mingle with the golden sunset like honey with spicy smoke. Russell's inner fire harmonized with the evening silence, creating a wonderful dance of strength and peace within him. Even after work, he remained lost in thought, as if the shadows of the past were embracing him, reminding him of unfulfilled desires. Discontent weighed on him like a heavy shadow, following every step he took through the old corridors of the mansion. The maid watched carefully, noticing how the place evoked in him memories of long familiar faces and lost peace. Russell realized the difficulty of teleportation magic. Even if the desire is strong, the body and spirit have their limits. He looked at the mansion, feeling that every corner remembered his struggle like a living book of past days and mistakes. They came to a place where his power's teleportation couldn't penetrate, leaving an invisible wall of tension in front of them. The maid doubted whether it mattered to the mages, but the air was thick with anticipation and quiet anxiety. Tomorrow was the last day of cleaning, and she asked to put in all her strength, like a last push before the storm. Daria greeted him warmly, noticing the fatigue and tension of the week like a ray of sunshine touching the castle. She offered rest, reminding him of the trials he had already endured and the efforts ahead. Her words about medicines, mana restoration, and archives opened up the complexity of his duties like a secret door of wisdom. Raymond Mansion carried the energy of generations, the whisper of the past, merging with every step and breath. Lady Ilo felt a flash in Russell's heart that prevented him from entering the spirit world, and Daria explained the reason carefully. She asked about his emotions, resentment, anger, or sadness, feeling the delicate strings of his soul like a musician a violin. All the experiences mixed together, creating a cocktail of resentment and despondency, reminiscent of the first meeting and lonely efforts at magic. Daria noted his loneliness and attempts to revive the family, turning the mansion into a symbol of strength and new beginnings. She begged him to accept the house as his own, an island of peace, strength, and new life for his heart and magic. The news that the mansion had not been granted squeezed his heart like a stone falling into a deep well of responsibility. Daria explained, only by becoming a warrior of the fire tower, he could earn the right to buy this house and protect it. She reminded him that the journey would bring fame and fortune, but also the burden of responsibility for the country that rested on his shoulders. Her smile was firm, full of truth. The illusions of childhood were a thing of the past, and now there was only choice and duty. Daria warned him not to drown alone. Last time she saw him off only with lies, now she promised to go together. Russell was afraid of hurting Ilo again, but the elf assured him of her own strength and the power of the potions that protected her body. He objected. The pain was spiritual, not physical. Ilo demanded silence. Only fire could open the way forward. He closed his eyes, and a fire flared in his mind. Illuminating, it glowed with the radiance of shining pure mana, like a flame in the wind. Everything was going smoothly until the storm of emotions rose again, blocking the way like a living wall of pulsating energy. Ilo felt that every step could throw him into the abyss, and even the thought of it could destroy his inner peace. Russell was tormented by memories, the academy, the choice of the tower, the ruins of his family, the shadow of revenge for his father that he could not let go. His heart was torn apart by promises and aspirations, and Ilo heard their weight, trembling with the strength of the feelings that engulfed him. Daria answered the maid's questions. The guy is obedient, but he is not yet familiar with true calm, and he is still looking for balance. Russell remembered the warm words, the toasts to new life and trust that instilled confidence in himself and reminded him of the support of the world. The past did not let him go. He saw a dangerous path where every step could break his body and soul, and he was still ready to jump. Ilo begged him not to go any further, her voice shaking with fear. The force could tear him apart, but he moved despite his anxiety. He approached the limit. His heart beat calmly. This time he would not fall himself. There was an inspiring force and support nearby. A bolt of lightning tore through the darkness, and the flash became a step into the unknown, where fate awaited his choice and the final test. A flash tore through the darkness, and the light confirmed his success. A strange sense of victory simmered inside Russell, like a warm flame in his chest. The air was filled with the echo of a mission accomplished. The reward was already waiting, but before him stretched an unknown space that beckoned and frightened at the same time. The gates shone before him, promising discovery and danger. Its light caressed his eyes and at the same time cast a shadow on his heart, making him doubt. The connection with Ilo trembled in his mind. Her voice whispered that their mana was woven into a single knot, like invisible threads of fate stretching across time. A new challenge arose before him, to make a pact with a spirit. Only an elf could become a guide into this world of unknown forces. Russell placed his palm on the door. Before him was a mystery, an unknown spirit that could choose him or leave him on the threshold. He felt the weight of the choice in every heartbeat, but peace came from within. The path had led him here, and he was ready for the test. From the glow emerged a tiny red spark, a dragon. Its eyes glowed with fire, and its wings shimmered like living tongues of flame. Russell was shocked, but his intuition told him that this was a spirit responding to his call. A new alliance was being born in the flames. The voices of Elo and Daria sounded almost triumphant. He had not simply won a protector, he had entered the fourth circle of magic and mystery. The world system confirmed his achievement. The knowledge of summoning spirits awakened, and the reward promised power and new opportunities. The dragon, although majestic, behaved surprisingly affectionately. He settled on the head of his master like a pet who knows all the secrets of the house. Elo warned, the spirit was not simple. To complete the contract, he needed a name that would be the key to their shared power. Russell first jokingly uttered a meaningless word. The dragon responded with a disgruntled growl, forcing him to look for the real name. Finally, he chose a short, burning name, a spark of life. An echo of agreement rushed through the aura, binding her in a new union. The spirit's name spoke of tenderness. Russell felt a fondness for Pepper, the little fiery friend who had become part of his destiny. Daria was already planning lessons and tests with spirits. New discoveries promised magic, tests and adventures that warmed the heart. Russell couldn't wait for it to begin. His heart was fluttering like a bird about to leap into the vastness of the unknown, beckoning across the horizons. The moon had passed, and the academy was opening its towers to new students. The air was thick with excitement and anticipation of adventure. The judges were already taking their places, choosing students for the semester. Every glance could change fate, creating a wave of tension in the room. Hubert watched, feeling both fear and hope. Who would be at the mercy of choice? Would he be noticed among the crowd? The teachers whispered among themselves, suspecting bias and hidden sympathies. Every gesture could hide a secret intention. Judge Vermilion Olsen appeared, and his presence filled the room with energy. The air was tense, like strings about to break. Russell raced towards the castle, feeling a surge of adrenaline. Joy mixed with excitement. He made it before the selection ritual began. For the first time, he saw Vermilion with his own eyes. His heart trembled with the anticipation of the test, like a string stretched to its limit. The day promised challenges and adventures. Conflicts, magic, and unexpected twists of fate intertwined in one bright canvas. The judge, with a cold smile and a gleam in his eyes like a flame, challenged everyone who dared to stand in his way. Russell felt a wave of gratitude, his heart filling with warmth, like the sun after rain, from the support of his friends and mentors. Elo wished for a safe journey, and her words sounded like a magical spell of protection, enveloping the traveler in an invisible shield. Before leaving the estate, Russell promised to return, leaving the housekeeper in control of the house, as if taking a vow of light. He promised to return when the mansion was his, and hope pulsed with determination in every step he took, like life-giving magic. Russell felt a debt to all who had helped him. His heart sank with gratitude, like a heavy stone in his chest. He refused to use a carriage to service the castle and resolutely rushed on foot because he was afraid of being late for an important mission, feeling the wind of freedom. Daria handed him a letter for Professor Hubert, and his every movement was filled with magical importance and mysterious energy. At the large table, the professor immediately warned. There was no point in expecting a selection of help, because his attention would be distracted by important matters. Despite this, the mentor gave advice. Do not look for the opponent's weaknesses, but show your own strength and talent, like a flame breaking through the darkness. Russell felt confident. He knew he could make it through the selection process and demonstrate to the judges the true power of his abilities. The tower selection mission began. The air shone with magic, calling on the students to show their extraordinary abilities and inner strength. The first round started with a written exam that tested knowledge and ingenuity. Each student felt the pulsating magic of the problems. Russell recalled the exams of his past life, his mind solving the problem easily, as if natural magic flowed through his thoughts. The letter from Professor Hubert became a source of excitement and motivation. Even powerful magicians face difficulties in matters requiring attention. Even the absence of a mentor did not stop Russell's determination. The thirst to reach the top supported his spirit, like an invisible fire in his heart. The results of the written exam amazed everyone. Russell received the highest mark, demonstrating a mastery that captivated everyone around him. The crowd erupted in delight. His success aroused both surprise and envy among his classmates, like a brilliant meteor in the night sky. Russell felt fear while the professor was alive. The burden of responsibility squeezed his chest like ice in a heart that would not melt, even in warmth. The second stage was beginning, and his name sounded like a call to test the fate that was calling him forward through invisible thresholds. He believed in his own strength, convincing himself that he would prove everything with evidence, and determination pulsated within him like a burning magic line in his chest. His past life became a path of wisdom. He knew that now he had to act differently, changing the course of events, like a sorcerer changing the river of magic. Entering the Tower of Fire was a chance to save his mentor and change his destiny, and every action he took brought him closer to the inevitable. Russell prepared for each question, clearing his mind so that his answers would sound precise and convincing, like reality-altering spells. The formulas of the ancient magicians turned into thoughts like living spells, requiring precision and a deep understanding of the cycles of matter. The second stage tested not only the mind, but also endurance. A stream of mana from the judges hit the body like an invisible waterfall of energy. The internal tension was tearing him apart from within, but he stubbornly defended his spirit from the pressure that sought to break his determination and willpower. Streams of magic enveloped the body, forcing every breath to become a struggle for survival, and the mind to remain clear in the chaos. The judges sensed his determination, but they noted a dangerous limit. Even stronger candidates crumbled under the pressure of such force. Russell stood like an unyielding pillar, the fire of will blazing in his eyes, despite the furious streams of energy around him. Each judge's acclaim grew gradually. 1/10, 3/10, all the way up to 9/10, a sign that his efforts were not in vain, and the magic was obedient. A magical storm erupted around him, and the aura grew, conquering space and forcing everyone around to keep their distance. The test was ending, but he felt that the real game was just beginning. There were still many candidates and new tests. Russell smiled, feeling the joy of the fight. The judge acknowledged his efforts, leaving a hint of stern demand, as if to indicate that this was only the beginning. His body was shaking from exhaustion, but his heart was beating proudly. 9 out of 10. And that was not all he could show the world and himself. Russell's name was mentioned in the hall, and the teachers began to talk about him as if he were a prize that everyone was trying to appropriate. The Lady of the Fire Tower fixed her gaze on him, and envy flared up among the students. Everyone dreamed of becoming the one whom she would mark. Someone threw out a rumor that Vermilion had already named him heir, but the magician brushed it off, not wanting to hear about the throne and inheritance yet. Vermilion's memory flashed to him the scene where his opponents, like soothsayers, warned him that a blow of fate was lurking ahead, like thunder from which he could not hide, and no tricks could distract this trial. When the barrier cracked, the room shook. A routine task had turned into a trap that threatened death to the unwary. Vermilion remembered how 6 attackers had fallen to one man, an example of how mindless force would turn the weak to dust. He knew that if only one person made a mistake, the whole common cause would go topsy-turvy, leaving behind ruins. The third round was announced, a hunt for crystals in the wild thicket of a mountain forest, full of shadows and dangers. The candidates had to find green gems of glowing mana, like hearts ripped from the chest of the earth itself. Victory depended not only on the prey, but also on who would be the first to carry it out of the thicket trap before the dawn border. Theft was permitted. Anyone could snatch the trophy from their opponent, and this is what gave the competition its wild cruelty. The ranks of the participants tensed before the start. There was a sense of anxiety in the air, like a storm frozen before a thunderstorm. Russell thought about the elder Olsen, and whether he would acknowledge his strength if he passed this hellish test. The command was given, and the crowd rushed forward, hiding in the wilds, where the trees blocked the way like guards of chaos. Russell paused only for a moment, considering whether to call for the old ally he hadn't seen in so many long months. It was hard for him, but he whispered forgiveness to Pepper, the faithful dragon who always answered his call. Although the school's prohibition weighed on him, he knew that in the wild forest without magic, his path would end too quickly. He called to Pepper, begging him to help him find the crystals, and the dragon's warm breath cleared away the darkness. The mana spirits responded, and Pepper brought it out into a sign that pulsed with energy like a heart underground. And then, among the thickets, a find lit up. Russell realized now he was on the right path, whatever it might be. Meanwhile, in the dark corridors of the school, another drama was unfolding. A black figure was strangling a teacher, like a shadow from hell. He made excuses, swearing that he had only sold materials, unaware of the terrible ritual of the pagan cult. The masked inquisitor squeezed his throat, hissing about treason against a kingdom that could neither be forgiven nor forgotten. He demanded an answer about the missing magician, but only the wheezing screams and despair of the doomed man could be heard. And yet it became clear. Daria, the firewoman who tormented people, took a student and prepared tests for him. Then, the man in the mask realized that if the cult had challenged her, then Russell and the entire selection along with him were under threat. There was a sense of uneasiness in the undergrowth, a shadow of danger looming, as if the earth itself was preparing to test the candidates. The rivals wandered around at random, not finding a single stone, and were afraid to even dispel the darkness with light. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared among the trees, and a scream broke the silence of the night, causing many to shudder. They were hesitating. Was he a dead man or a participant? Each suspected that he was hiding the crystals from prying eyes. One of the students froze, feeling something predatory and malicious behind her, reaching for her life. Russell caught a strange spot, in the very heart of the forest, where there was a scattering of crystals, too obvious and light. Pepper sensed treachery, and the boy realized that he was facing a trap in which an invisible enemy had already left traces. Among the crystals he found fragments of the golem's core, crushed even before the summoning, as if by someone in advance. The footsteps behind him confirmed his guess. The invisible enemy was already nearby, and the danger was walking straight towards him. Russell found himself surrounded by several opponents at once, but he did not flinch. His heart beat steadily, and his mind instantly analyzed every movement of the enemy, preparing a response. His movements were fast and precise. He deftly parried the blows of the blades as if the wind itself guided his hands, leaving his opponents at a loss. Magic flared in his hands, repelling the attacks of his enemy's companions. Sparks tore through the darkness, creating an aura of power and fear that could be felt in the air. Every move was thought out. He dodged, parried, and immediately struck back, catching the slightest mistake of his opponents in order to turn it into his own advantage. Despite the numbers of his opponents, Russell stood firm as a wall of fire. His determination became a shield that did not allow doubt to creep into his thoughts. Pepper flew into the air, his wings spreading, his scales flaring with heat. Every movement created a wave of heat that made his enemies take a step back. He let out a roar, and a stream of fire erupted from his mouth, illuminating the battlefield. A bright flash illuminated Russell's face, forcing the darkness back. The flames struck the enemies, pushing them back and creating space for Russell. He felt his breathing even out, and his heart beat in time with the fight. Russell recognized his classmates as the attackers, but surprisingly, they used very weak attacks. The students were very unhappy that Russell had found the stones first. Their irritability radiated from every movement, making them chaotic and predictable. They were sure that they would find the stones, since they knew their location. Seeing the dragon, they immediately put the puzzle together. Russell had incredible abilities. He just hid them skillfully. Their gazes slowly filled with fear and amazement at the same time. But Russell only laughed. There was nothing surprising in the fact that he found the stones. He felt calm and at the same time tense, because he suspected the machinations of the teachers. He also added that they should not interfere with him, because the boys might regret their intentions. His tone was calm but dangerous, and even the bravest felt a chill down their spines. But their squabble was interrupted by a strange rustling in the forest. Someone was clearly there. Russell's heart sank, and his eyes instantly searched for the source of movement among the shadows. It was probably a golem, but the teachers did not eliminate it. A powerful figure made its way between the trees, and the strong also experienced rage and fear. The students sensed danger. Their movements became tense, and the air seemed to be compressed by an invisible threat. Something scary was wandering through the forest, and it was clearly approaching the classmates, dragging along the cold and darkness that penetrated through the branches. They were dead. They were frightening in their appearance. Gray shadows with empty eye sockets, wandering among the trees like the possession of dark magic. The situation itself was strange. How they had infiltrated the qualifiers. Russell's thoughts were spinning wildly, trying to understand the logic of the intrusion. Pepper shot into the air, sending a flaming stream straight ahead of him. Fire erupted from his mouth, sending up columns of heat and light. A wall grew out of the fire, bright and almost impenetrable, repelling the enemies back. Its glow illuminated the forest and created a sense of safe haven. Russell gave the order to guard a section of the barrier so that the dead could not break through. His voice was commanding, and even the fear of the enemies seemed to tremble. But the dead were breaking through the barrier. The darkness was tearing, making cracks in the fiery shield, and the heart was filled with anxiety. Because the firewall was only a temporary defense, every second was a test, and Russell had to act with lightning speed. He needed to find a magician to help him. Time was running out, and the future hung in the balance, threatening to destroy everything he stood for. The dead rushed through the fiery barrier, their empty eyes blazing with the thirst for death. The students were pierced by the cold of panic and despair. These were not mindless shadows. They were led by heretics who had long ago sold their souls for forbidden spells and dark promises. An alien will fetter their movements like iron chains. The students whispered, "Were not the same ghosts from ancient times appearing here again?" Russell realized he was their target. A shield of fire flared on his arm, like dawn in the darkness. The battle broke out in February. Rays of light tore through the darkness, but the forces melted away like water between fingers. His thoughts cut through space. The curse of his enemies devoured time, exhausting his body faster than the lie could come to life. He told me to conserve energy, strike accurately, aim for the weak, and not throw the spell around in chaotic fury. The students muttered, "Easier to talk than to hit when darkness rolls on the wave." Some prayed for help from the judges, but in vain. There was no trace of magic left in the air. The seal of the enemies erased the chances of salvation. A chill pierced the heart. They were left alone with the evil spirits. And some began to doubt. Why fight? The dead giggled. They were keeping their own powers, waiting for the right moment. And they recognized Russell as Daria's disciple. The darkness was weaving a trap, forcing the young mages to spend their last bits of mana. The tension was becoming unbearable. Troll appeared in the darkness. Horror gripped their hearts, and the students built an ice shelter. Magic arrows and crystal beams hit the monster. Russell threw a fiery spear with despair in his heart. The troll fell after one blow. Even the dead froze, stunned by the forbidden power of his magic. The students whispered, Is an ordinary student capable of such a thing? Pepper responded by shooting flames into the sky. Russell absorbed the power of the fallen body, preparing a new spear. The students looked at him with alarm and shock. The dead staggered from his sights. The ground shook. The air crackled with the growing magical storm. They were overcome with fear. This woman had raised a monster. Their plan, assigned to the judges, will have to be left against the children. Then they rushed to strangle the disciples, tearing life from their bodies, in order to remain victors until dawn. The argument raged in the judges' hall. Only the guide of their circle could step into the place where the battle was already raging, tearing apart light and shadow. Vermilion was seething with anger. How dare the occultists destroy order so close to his wall, to the heart of his domain? On the battlefield, the dead turned the disciples around. They forced them to their knees, tied them up, taking away their chance to cast spells, like a bird being deprived of its wings. In the palms of the enemies, glowing green balls of menace flared up. Death and the transformation of bodies into obedient slaves of darkness. Russell knew that even with a spear in his hands, he couldn't save everyone. He needed a plan to free his comrades from the dark clutches. The dead mockingly demanded that he submit and come closer. In their eyes, he was prey, a fiery target in the field. He stepped forward himself. Better to become a victim himself than to watch his friends die before his eyes, bound by fear. The dead men shuddered in surprise. Self-sacrifice was not part of their plans. But then they sowed doubt in his heart. They whispered poisonous words. Friends despise him. Strength brings only envy and immediately, and trust is weakness. Their whispers in the background are like a rotten fire. In a world where the strong rule over the weak, and the mission of the Guardians is just a phantom for fools. Russell's voice was cold. He saw their cowardice, to strike from behind, but never to come out for a fair fight. One of the dead men tore at his throat, whispering that no one would hear his scream. But the young man only narrowed his eyes. He knew, there is magic that does not need to be shouted. It is enough to cast a spell mentally, and the world will respond. The celestial ring came to life. The artifact opened up like a thunderstorm, awakening the power that had once waited in lightning silence. A roar of thunder tore through the sky. Lightning flashed, blinding the darkness, and the dead fell like dolls without strings. Although the young man's hands were tied, the energy tore at the shackles. The Thunderer's power knew no bounds and did not recognize bonds. The chains cracked, unable to withstand the onslaught of the elements. Inside, the young man lived lightning, tearing apart the darkness. Energy rumbled in his chest like thunder in the sky. No bonds could stop its furious rush. The shackles blazed with heat, melted by a force that knew no fear or limit. The young man raised his head, his eyes shining as if a hurricane had awakened within. The thunder element screamed along with him, breaking everything that dared to fetter freedom. The youth's strength burst forth in every breath, like a storm seeking space. Fiery sparks ran through his body, turning weakness into power. He stood free, scorched by lightning, but stronger than ever before. The students froze in bewilderment. They did not believe that he was capable of awakening the artifact when death was already breathing down his neck. They thanked him, but he replied, "Gratitude belongs to everyone, because there is still a harsh and inexorable judgment ahead." He released Pepper. The fiery dragon was to be a beacon for the judges, to show them where their desperate battle was unfolding. The students whispered in delight. How far he had calculated everything. But the heavenly ring sucked out mana with unprecedented fury, and the dead, driven to despair, made their last attempt. They summoned a giant skeleton, sacrificing life and death itself. The skeleton rose above them, stronger than the fifth circle of magic. Its figure, like the shadow of death, made the students rush into the forest in panic. But Russell stopped one of the fugitives. He realized that only his step kept the balance. Only he was able to restrain the monster. Although the enemy's deception was teetering on the edge, its power was still formidable, like a storm that breaks trees with one breath. The shield would not withstand a single blow. Thoughts of death swirled in the young man's head, cold and merciless as blades. The battlefield was torn apart by blows. The skeleton was too fast, too strong, and still recovering, like a shadow from the ashes. Each blow from Russell exploded like lightning, cutting through the air, but the skeleton refused to bend. Ash and dust rose up around, obscuring the enemy's movements like a living darkness. His bones cracked, but then reformed into a horrible shape, as if dark magic was reviving them. The young man felt like every gust of energy was throwing him back, but he did not give up. Lightning flashed through the darkness, sparkling on the surface of the skeleton, but it only smiled from the ashes. Russell's hands burned with energy, currents breaking chains and cutting through the air around him. Each blow from the skeleton created a roar that echoed through the ruins of the battlefield. The enemy that surrounded him, but the disciple, saved from death, remained close. He refused to run because life given to others has a price. Magic exploded from his palms. He, too, took on the burden of battle, choosing to be a protector rather than a prey. The remaining students, having conquered their fear, returned. They decided to fight side by side with Russell, even under the shadow of death. Before them stood a giant skeleton, summoned by a dark ritual, its shadow covering the field like a savanna of doom. The students couldn't believe it. How was he still holding on? Their comrade's sacrifice had exceeded the limits of human endurance. Russell raised his fire spear. His voice was harsh. The only way to survive was together, listening to his every command. He promised to create a crack in the enemy's defense, and all they had to do was strike with all their might, giving up their last. His commands cut the air intermittently, sharply. Time after time he called for the fiery spear, overcoming the pain in his arm. The fiery spear blazed, scorching the air and burning the ground beneath his feet. His arms, though tired, felt no weakness, only determination. Thick smoke and sparks rose around, but the youth remained the center of control, emitting magic in precise and deadly blows. Every movement was a combination of lightning and fire, and the enemy felt that before him was not just magic, but a real storm of elements. Fire erupted from Russell's hands, scorching the air and incinerating the bone fragments of the skeleton. The skeleton tried to get closer, but Russell threw firebolts with lightning-fast accuracy, not giving the enemy the slightest chance. The flames engulfed the tendrils of bones, melting them and leaving only an ashen trail on the ground. Every movement of the guy radiated heat and light. His firepower controlled the fight, as if the elements themselves stood behind him. The students gathered their courage. They decided to look into the eyes of the insurer, not only for his sake, but also for their oath. Russell felt he had to be their shield. His spear exploded into flame, lighting the way in the darkness. The battlefield burst into flames. The students shouted in unison and rushed into the attack with him. A huge skeleton loomed over the battlefield, the shadow of its bones falling like a sentence. Vermilion believed that the weak were doomed to defeat. The disciples seemed fragile, but each one who stood against the enemy pulled others along with him, like a chain of light that could not be broken. Russell raised his fiery spear. He knew that true strength comes from unity, not from solitary deeds, even by the mightiest. The skeletons whispered threatening words as they tore through the battlefield, and the fear of the disciples' unity grew with every step they took. Vermilion charged, but Russell smiled. His courage weighed more than the belated help, like the weight of fate. The professors watched the battle, approving of the young man's actions. His evaluation rose to the maximum level, sparkling with merit. The average mana stone became a reward for his skill and courage. But Russell had not yet recovered from what he had experienced. All the candidates were left unharmed thanks to his determination. Relief filled the academy like dawn after a storm. Russell emphasized that the help was mutual. Even the weak learned to stand side by side, pulled up by the support of their comrades. The heretic attack wiped out the old tasks, but teamwork proved more important than any grades or ranks. The commission made a clear decision. The highest result went to Russell, and his mission as a protector was officially recognized. The investigation into the heretic attack continued. The shadow of another enemy hung over the academy like an invisible nightmare. The skeletons realized defeat. They had lost control because Russell's power exceeded all their dark expectations. Alone, Vermilion and Russell discussed the lessons of combat. Weakness does not mean helplessness if there are defenders nearby. The weak exist so that the strong can support them, and the strong so that the weak can become better. Together, they move forward. Russell has been given the mantle of the Fire Tower, a symbol of his new status. But the real tests are yet to come. Vermilion challenged him to another test. Any magic was allowed. Victory depended on skill and determination, not fear. Russell needed to push the teacher outside the drawn circle, as if driving a shadow out of the light that limited it. The miscalculation could have been costly, but Russell smiled. He knew he was willing to pay any price for victory. Russell called out the fiery spears, and each strike cut through the air, forcing the teacher to retreat beyond the drawn circle. Vermilion was standing under a level 5 magic shield, but a powerful throwing blow knocked him out of the battlefield, leaving a wave of adrenaline in his heart. Another professor intervened, noting that Russell's body had not yet recovered from the fight, but his determination made his words doubtful. Tower Test, created by ancient mages, instilled discipline from the first steps, testing the heart and will. Disputes between mentors flared up because excessive workload could jeopardize the reputation of the academy and the health of the student. Professor Hubert apologized for the misunderstanding, and Russell just smiled, like a calm beacon in a storm, calming the situation. Only he was able to pass the test of the ancient magicians, commanding respect even from Vermilion, who did not expect such skill from his student. Russell activated the ancient artifact and summoned a spirit named Pepper, much to the surprise of his mentors and the admiration of his students. The students applauded, and his words about bathing in the bright mana filled the hall with inspiration, like the sun's rays after a storm. The professor recognized him not as a student, but as an older brother, giving a symbolic status to the master and opening up new horizons. Russell thought about living in the capital, but his mentor offered to stay with him, giving him peace and a sense of security. He couldn't return home while his contract with the academy was still in effect, but his heart was comforted by the new refuge, like a reliable shield. The news of his graduation filled him with pride, and his reward was a high-ranking lie stone, a symbol of his newfound strength and mastery. The past test and the map of the previous incident remained as signs of the path taken and future battles. Russell was given a new mission, to find a secret place on the map and uncover the hidden danger lurking in the darkness. He recognized the territory immediately: the Forbidden Forest and Kulil Island, where numerous monsters lay in wait for reckless travelers. The place required magic of at least the 6th circle to survive among the deadly creatures, testing every movement and thought. Russell felt excited and curious, as if fate itself had given him this opportunity for a great purpose. It seemed to him that all the tests were created to temper his strength and prepare him for the upcoming dangerous battles. He felt an inner responsibility to become stronger in order to protect those who relied on his determination and strength. Vermilion noticed the student's determination when he asked about his first visit to the capital, but Russell knew its streets and corners well. The mentor's mission concerned heretics. He sought to identify and destroy the organization of evil that threatened the world. Russell decided to help by watching the enemies and supporting his mentor like an invisible shield in the darkness. Vermilion sensed the seriousness of his student's intentions and agreed to teach him magic in the capital, preparing to meet enemies. This magic, called overheat, could destroy an opponent with a single blow, giving Russell a feeling of unceasing strength and confidence. Russell learned to concentrate energy, as if launching a dense ball of mana from a powerful slingshot, flying through the air at a red-hot speed. The fire engulfed his body, surpassing the expectations of even the most demanding mentor, leaving a trail of light against the dark background of the hall. Flames erupted from his palms, enveloping the teacher and causing him to stagger as if he were just a haze against Russell's radiance. Russell's hand glowed with an incredible flame, radiating heat that dispelled the teacher's shadows and turned the hall into an arena of fiery brilliance. The fire from his hand tore through the ground, creating a deep hole that reflected the power of the force and almost swallowed everything around it. Russell integrated the flames into his own magic, and Vermilion, who was captured by the student's power, couldn't hide the surprise that was igniting his heart. The master marveled at how naturally Russell wielded destructive energy, feeling the tremor of power in the air like thunder before a storm. Using overheat required instant concentration. After a strike, even the most powerful enemies could be staggered and forced to counterattack. Vermilion explained that the best defense was a strong offense because the powerful often underestimated the weak, allowing them to flourish. Russell sensed danger as the old man calmly stepped down from the carriage, his presence arousing suspicion and making every muscle in the young man tense. A moment of surprise could be decisive, so every trick and every gesture became the key in the game of survival and advantage. Daria congratulated Russell on his ascent to the fire tower and the visit of the tower's master. The spears gave the moment a special, exciting significance. Hemingway wondered why the meeting was held today, since it was all to discuss the new student in Daria's care. He became a hero by defeating a heretic in his youth, and his fame rose above the city like a burning flame in a dark sky. Daria felt tired from the endless conversations about the student's abilities. Her patience was almost exhausted, but she remained restrained. Alan Russell recalled the past. Once Alan helped him with incredible magic, and the meeting was unexpected, but joyful and warm. Within a few years, Page became the youngest mage of the Sixth Circle, and his talent shone as a mysterious genius in the world of magic and energy. The master continued to argue about the student's young age, and Daria skillfully parried his comments, demonstrating experience and cold confidence. Hemingway laughed, admiring Daria's intelligence, offering to train the student, testing his endurance, strength, and mental acuity. Alan explained that even the master displays a childlike nature around his students, which caused surprise and a slight smile from those gathered. Words about nostalgia and youth were intertwined with jokes and light provocations, creating a tense atmosphere of play and rivalry. Russell, a little disappointed in himself, was eager to show off his abilities, experiencing the expectations and attentive glances of the senior magicians on his every move. Hemingway was struck by the young man's courage and confidence. His magic filled the space like a boundless ocean of pulsating energy in the room. Tower Master Mana Influence. The spears created a feeling of immersion in an ocean of power, surprising even experienced magicians and making them hold their breath. Daria and Hemingway made bets, experiencing excitement, where skill and courage became the key to victory and unpredictable results. Daria set an incredible challenge. If a student could reach Hemingway's level in 5 years, she would give away one of her mythical relics. A relic of ancient legends, an artifact that could feed the mana of the Seventh Circle even in weak hands, flared with magical light in the thoughts of those gathered. Hemingway, old and experienced, did not hide his excitement. His eyes burned with the fire of competition and expectation like a flash of lightning. Daria shrugged and briefly ordered the artifact to be prepared, feeling a cold determination and trepidation running through her body. Their steps echoed through the corridors, saturated with magic, as if the walls held legends of ancient battles and whispers of great power. Vermilion watched Russell, noticing the boy's rapid growth in strength, and couldn't help but ask about friendship and the spirit of rivalry. Russell felt both excited and doubtful, doubting his own abilities but feeling his power and confidence growing. Daria looked at the student as if her eyes were blades and reminded him. Olsen reported his desire to join the hunt for the cult. The teacher said she was waiting for the spies to report. His devotion would be the very fire that would dispel the darkness at the decisive moment. The news was alarming. Traces of those who had challenged the academy had been found. It sounded like thunder calling for battle. The target is Sudra, a city of shadows where crime grew like black weeds and choked the light with each passing day. The enemy hid in its streets, where the law had long since crumbled to dust, remaining a ghost of past illusions. Daria reminded him that his experience in fighting crime would become his compass in the chaos of other people's traps. But she warned that the enemy might be waiting for this very step. Sudra's shadows were full of traps and poisonous embraces. Russell felt the weight of duty on his shoulder and responded with his heart. Defending the kingdom was his only path. Daria summed it up in a cold voice. Departure at dawn. The decision was final. Like a sword strike, the young man mentally thanked the heavens. This was a chance to save Hubert and atone for the vow he had made to his own heart. The carriage flew along the sunny paths. The heart beat loudly, like a drum before a battle. A premonition burned in the veins. Russell looked with delight at the highest-class elixirs, which in his past life he had never even dared to dream of touching. He felt that the teacher had given him consent, but her anxiety sounded in the silence like a hidden bell. A castle appeared outside the window, a reminder that his journey began in the Hall of Illusions, where time broke and changed his destiny. There, for the first time, he felt a different rhythm of reality, realizing that he had been given a second course of life. Thoughts were confused. Why him? But each time the answer came to protect more lives from destruction. A message flared before him, to guard the heart of the dragon people, hidden in the Endymion Museum, like a fiery treasure wrapped in shadow. The reward remained hidden, as if fate itself was testing his resolve with cold silence. Another message called for the awakening of the dragonification, the power that lay dormant within him, awaiting only his consent. The reward was excessive. Mana. The stones fell generously, and this caused suspicion in the heart, like a cold breath. The task was repeated over and over again, as if the world itself was screaming for an immediate response. A flame flared up in his body, bright and ardent, as if awakening a hidden truth in his heart. He recognized this feeling. Magic always woke up at crucial moments, saving him like a faithful guard. The power first manifested itself in the trial by fire, when it consumed the king's forgotten corner and his burning essence. Part of that essence settled in him. The rest remained dormant, like fire in ashes. Russell thought bitterly, if only he could control this awakening himself, without the mercy of chance. He dreamed of combining superheat and dragonification to create a force that could change the fate of the world. He believed that these two elements would give him a blow equal to the magic of the sixth circle, but for now, it remained a dream. The force obeyed only in moments of danger, when life was teetering over the abyss. There was no time. The mission required urgent action. Imaginary enemies could not give him real tension. Desperation was pressing. How to gain control, if even the greatest concentration remained futile? Suddenly, a dragon rumbled nearby, its gaze shining with sympathy, as if it were offering its own help. Pepper settled on the boy's head, leading him into a world where time flows differently, into the spirit realm. There they met for the first time, where the warped flow of time opened the door to real training. But even here there was emptiness, responding to his every challenge with cold silence. Suddenly, a giant shadow appeared in front of him. He recognized Pepper, a fully grown, majestic dragon. Russell felt both gratitude and horror. Fighting a friend was a betrayal, but his heart told him to accept the challenge. He realized he hesitated in vain. The dragon had already chosen this path. It was time to trust the test. Russell turned to Pepper's friends as if they were judges, begging them to help him take this difficult step. Gossip rang like street bells in Sudra. Some cursed the heretics, others shouted for pursuit, but the captain coldly ordered the laying down of arms. Jackson had been given the order to report on the events in the fire tower. All he had to do was accept the role of messenger and move without any objections. Fear hissed in the crowd, but it was stifled by words. Darius's disciple, the heavenly chosen one, would become their shield. Hope burned like a fragile candle. But not everyone trusted the legends. Greedy voices whispered, "The guy has no right to take away their game." It was time for others to move on. 3 days passed. Everyone spoke only of the disciple of the Tower of Fire. They were eager to see him here in Sudra as soon as the dawn broke. But the news shattered the peace. The scouts had disappeared without a trace. Shadows of suspicion swirled in the dark alleys like funnels over carrion. And then it became known. A young man named Russell had arrived in the city. The path without Gates' teleportation seemed impossible, but he did it. He walked confidently, as if through centuries. For the world, a week had passed, but in the spirit world, his power had been maturing for years. His dragonification had given him horns and fire that burned in his veins. He had a better understanding of the flame that had become part of his soul. But with the power came the shadows. Just 15 seconds of grandeur, and the power of a slogan, leaving him empty and defenseless. The weakness of hell, like overheating, burns the body to ashes. The flame gave strength, but also demanded merciless retribution. He was shot by bandits in a dark alley. They mockingly offered help with clubs, and their words rang hollow. Russell merely dismissed them with disdain. Puppets of no value, he let them go without even wasting his breath on fighting. His steps then led him to the Yellow-Winged Dragon Tavern. The waiter greeted him politely, asking what he wanted to order. The young man named the deadly cocktail after the fiery wines. The drink was a code that only those who belonged to the tower understood. The waiter's face turned pale. He couldn't believe it. This guy is a disciple of the fire tower? The truth cut him like a blade. As soon as the glass touched the table, a celestial shield flared above it. The magic isolated the conversation from prying ears, like silence after a storm. Russell felt the power of his interlocutor. Jackson, the hidden mage of the Red Tower, said his name and looked him straight in the eyes. The name was answered, Russell Raymond, apprentice of the Tower of Fire. The tension of the gussle, and they decided to continue the conversation beyond the interesting eyes. There was talk of missing scouts. They were last seen on their way to the ruins, where dust and death merged into one. Russell suspected a trap, but Jackson countered, the missing were too experienced to fall for cheap tricks. The boy demanded a map. His words sounded like an oath, and Jackson warned him that going there alone meant playing with death. The ruins lay at the borders of the Empire. The land there breathed hatred, and the very air was hostile to all living things. But Russell had no need of fear or warnings from others. He was ready to move on his own, trusting only in his own determination. He analyzed Jackson's magic. He should be a fourth circle sorcerer, but his power laughed at that definition. Respect awoke in the young man's heart. Jackson acknowledged his harshness and opened the way to the damned ruins for him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, shadows were being erected. The people who left traces reported to the master, and his smile smelled of blood. The hunt has already begun, and anyone who sets out on this path will feel the breath of death that lies in wait in the ruins. Russell felt a searing heat burning his skin, making him sweat and water as if the hottest entity in the world wanted to break him. The enormous building loomed before him like a monster made of stone, its many entrances beckoning him inside, promising secrets, dangers, and unpredictable trials. He realized that simply killing the enemy was not enough. There could be hostages hiding inside, and every decision required precision, like a chess game with fate. Russell sensed the treachery of the traps, but the wind magic cleared the way. Inside, the building was surprisingly empty, as if it had been awaiting his arrival. The walls blossomed with frescoes. Dragons and dark-haired knights contemplated him with a mysterious gleam in their eyes, awakening both fear and delight. The heart sank like ice under heat. The enemy recognized Russell, and the memory of ancient images melted the blood in the veins like flame. The uninvited enemy met him with a challenge, like a ritual, and promised death as a symbol of gratitude for past defeats and insults. Anger and defiance raged within Russell. Revenge flared in his heart like an explosion of magma, not allowing arrogance to rule over him. The enemy described the death of the elite soldiers in cruel terms, promising that this place would become a grave where Russell would take his last breath. A wall of magical flame flared up around him, spreading out like a wave of fiery elements, and Russell masterfully directed its power. The new magic pulsed with a power different from the previous one, gracefully intertwined with his own, like an element that had become an extension of the body. He added a vector module to the fire, creating a burst of flame that shot forward, cutting through the battlefield and causing the ground to crack. The flames consumed the enemies, forcing them to retreat, and the heat destroyed their protective spells, leaving ash on the red-heated ground. Sparks flew, rocks turned red, and Russell stood in the center of the storm, completely in control of the elements, like a god of fire descending on the battlefield. The fire waves swept away the attacks of the opponents. Each movement of the hand only increased the heat. The ground cracked underfoot, as if reacting to its power. A wall of flame surrounded the battlefield, blocking all escape routes, and sparks illuminated the faces of the enemies, overcome with fear and helplessness. The opponents couldn't understand how he combined fire and identification magic. Their eyes were full of shock, despair, and incomprehension. Some tried to escape, but the wave of flame was already covering everything in its path, like an inexorable element, erasing all living things. They felt the horror of his knockdown attacks and did not believe that the power of one man could be so destructive. The enemy begged Russell to stop, but his soul had been sold to a demonic clan alien to himself, and he felt no fear or regret. They gave up their entire lives, their families, their strength, using the dark magic of the nightmare tale, hoping to wipe Russell off the face of the world. The opponents laughed, mocking the partner whom Russell had beaten, comparing him to a tiny bait for the unsuccessful pranks of children's hands. The weakest thief, a servant only of distraction, received a humiliating assessment from his older comrades as an unnecessary toy. Noticing Russell, one of the enemies recognized him as the disciple of the fire tower, the long-awaited target burning in their eyes. The enemies were interested in Daria, as if a mysterious spark was flickering before them, calling them to unravel her secrets. But the mention of the teacher caused a cold, sharp indignation in Russell, like ice in his veins. He had a mission: to destroy the occultists, leaving one alive for the humiliating purpose of being a pathetic puppet. The thieves rejoiced at the prospect of making his body dance in front of the fire tower, like a toy in the hands of an evil wizard. One ordered the exit to be closed, content with an open battle where shadows and tricks had no place. The opponents relished the frontal attack, seeing in the direct clash a manifestation of true strength and fearlessness. Russell felt that these enemies were open and dangerous, but they were far from those he had met before on the path of war. The female thief pushed him to strike the first blow, threatening violence, like the shadow of a demon tempting the hesitation in the hearts of the weak. Russell questioned the fate of the previous volunteers, trying to uncover their hidden intentions and true cunning. They irritably rejected his words, accusing him of playing petty tricks, as if he were trying to gain precious time. The thief summoned a demonic plant with thorny vines that sought out a victim, writhing and threateningly watching Russell. Russell felt that his opponents were hiding something or were only pretending to be weak, hiding their real strength. He knew that in any situation, you can find out the truth if you watch carefully and pick up on the weak signals. The thief tried to corner him, threatening him with an inevitable trap, like a cunning predator from the darkness. Russell ignited the fire dance, and flames enveloped the field, throwing scorching challenges and a fiery challenge to fate to his enemies. Every movement of his hands left behind traces of light and heat, tearing apart the attacks of his opponents and leaving ashes on the ground. The enemies tried to get closer, but the flames tore through their ranks, forcing them to retreat, as the elements themselves protected Russell. The thief cast the Demon Claw spell, her hands turning into deadly tentacles ready to catch any weakness. She competed with Russell, laughing at the rivalry and comparing the power of her spear to his living flame. Her partner warned her of the risk, but fear of the young mage paralyzed them both, leaving them helpless before the fire. The fiery dance erupted in a swirl of light and heat, merging with Russell's every movement like a living storm of flame. The flame became a living shield, repelling blows and burning the path of enemies, as if an invisible guardian of fire protected him. The opponents trembled, unable to break through the burning labyrinth that silently blocked their path to victory. Sparks swirled around him, creating the illusion that he himself had become fire, breathing, living, and indestructible. Russell wounded one of the enemies, leaving a sign of his power over the flames on the field and demonstrating his superiority. The thief's partners quarreled among themselves, unable to coordinate their attacks under the pressure of his power, like children in a storm. Even a strong enemy recognized that the disciple of the fire tower was worthy of battle, and they put all their will into the unequal struggle. The enemy fired arrows of dark energy, cutting through the air with spikes of light. Russell stood in the midst of the chaos, feeling attacks coming from all sides like dark blades trying to pierce his armor. The enemy's magic collided with his flames, creating flashes of light and sparks, like celestial fireworks on the battlefield. Every move the opponents made left a trail of dark power, but Russell's flames repelled the blows like a living barrier of light. The battlefield flickered with chaotic flashes, where the light of the young mage merged with the darkness of the attacks, like a dangerous dance of contradictions. The earth shook from the magical pressure. The air was torn apart by the tension of this deadly dance of forces colliding at a single point. Each new blow turned the arena into a kaleidoscope of energy, where light and darkness intertwined into a deadly symphony of magic. The enemies trembled, realizing that they were losing again under the onslaught of his fiery power, pulsating and smoldering in the heart of the battle. Their eyes filled with fear, they understood that simple death could not be avoided, and their fall was inevitable. A red energy layer burst from the hand of one of the enemies, threatening to tear the surrounding space to shreds. They quarreled, unable to control the power of the spell that was bursting from their hands like an element breaking free from its shackles. Russell watched, sensing where the volunteers were, filled with determination to save them. Like a beacon in the storm, Russell let his guard down, and the gap blazed up for his opponent as an invitation, which he instantly seized, ready to unleash his full force. The enemy's curse took the form of a sacrifice, consuming the life cycles of others, even the death of innocence becoming its nourishing source. Russell saw the horror and immediately felt that this magic was feeding on the grief of others, and did not allow himself to become part of it. The energy of the spell was erupting from below, and Russell tried to sense its nature, shielding himself from the consuming darkness. The mission changed instantly. All the occultists were destroyed. Only the scoundrel remained, awaiting punishment and a cry of retribution. The world's order became clear. Mid-level mana stones were waiting for the brave man who would dare to take them. The thief released a demon-like rage of magic, full of fury and threats to rip Russell to shreds. Russell sensed a familiar force in the enemy, the shadow of Beth, the former thief he had already defeated in the last battle. The enemy's magic crashed into his flames, causing explosions of sparks and burning light to erupt across the arena like an elemental storm. Every move Russell made cut through the air, pushing his opponent back and leaving behind smoke and heat, as befits the elements. Streams of spells exploded, turning the battlefield into a living canvas of light and darkness, where night and fire intertwined in a deadly dance. The ground cracked under the blows, raising clouds of dust that testified to the destructive power of their confrontation and the magical barrage. Russell's fiery whirlwind did not give the enemy a moment's peace, Each of his steps enveloped the arena in flaming waves, like a living wall of flame. In the end, Russell barely overpowered his opponent, feeling his strength almost drained, but his inner core did not allow him to fall. He watched with bitterness as his enemy failed to control his magic, digging his own grave of destruction. But from the ashes, a resembling monster has come to life. Even victory cannot finally destroy all the abomination lurking in the shadows. The bastard rushed at Russell, screaming with rage, ready to tear the body to pieces, like a storm trying to destroy everything in its path. Russell responded with a devastating attack, and an explosion of magic engulfed the enemy, turning the battlefield into a burning arena where every stone of the worlds glowed with fire. Flames swirled around, enveloping the ground and air, distorting every movement of the enemy and leaving behind a trail of heat and smoke. The monster felt its own power. Its armor was invulnerable, forcing Russell to look for a new cunning strategy for victory. Every second was precious. Russell was trying to buy time, to think of a clever and deadly move, like a chess grandmaster before the final. The enemy was not frightened by the attempt to escape. He laughed, enjoying the feeling of superiority and future reprisal, like a predator on a hunt. Russell realized that this was just the beginning, and desperately sought an ally who could surpass the monster's strength and become his level against chaos. At the call, his dragon Pepper flew in, majestically spreading his wings, ready to combine his fire with his master's magic, creating an element. A wave of fire erupted forward, the dragon's roar merging with magic to form a torrent of flame that burned everything in its path, like a living storm. The monster was covered by a flurry of flaming streams. The armor cracked. The hot air forced him to retreat, feeling a force that had no limit. Together, Russell and the dragon became a single fiery tornado, their unity creating an element capable of wiping out an enemy from the battlefield like a blade of light. The monster mockingly despised the spell, considering it a weakness, and was convinced of his own invincibility, which made him deaf to warnings. Russell threw a flaming spear that cut through the air and exploded, piercing the monster's defenses and leaving a trail of burning energy. Firebolts burst from his hands, entwining the enemy, not allowing him to get closer, like invisible snakes entwining their prey. Each spell turned into a hot stream that burned through even the stone underfoot, leaving a trail of light and ash. The monster roared, but the power of Russell's fire grew, erasing the enemy's hope of salvation and setting every corner of the arena ablaze. Russell used fire to distract the monster and prepare the final blow, precise and deadly as lightning in the darkness. His body was ablaze with an aura of white flame, and the spear in his hands was emitting destructive energy, ready to tear the enemy to pieces. A powerful throw cut through space and crashed into the monster, causing an explosion of a firestorm that destroyed everything in its path. The monster screamed, feeling helpless, and Russell did not reduce the force of his attack, maintaining control over the chaos and the element of flame. Streams of burning balls and walls of fire cut off the enemy's path and trapped them, leaving only panic and burns as an accompaniment. Russell raised his hand to the sky, and a crackling energy cut through the darkness with a blinding light, filling the battlefield with divine power. Lightning poured from the sky, merging into a single discharge that burned through the ground and the enemy's body, leaving behind only ashes and trembling. The battlefield sparkled like day. The roar of the thunder filled the space, breaking the last of the monster's strength, making him feel his weakness. The enemy cowered in fear, and nature seemed to rebel against him, emphasizing Russell's greatness and the inevitable death of the monster. When the lightning died down, a charred skeleton remained on the field, proof of Russell's mighty victory, calm and destruction in a single frame. The air trembled as the message of victory filled Russell's mind, and his heart pulsed with magical joy and pride. Pepper the dragon stood nearby, his scales gleaming in the dim light, feeling that the battle had brought a well-deserved reward, like an echo of glory. The monster still spoke from the shadows, discussing Russell's name, as if the skeleton had come to life, casting shadows of the past and provoking new questions. Russell's eyes flickered with surprise as the bones of his enemy spoke, whispering of dark legacies and secrets that had been kept for centuries. The skeleton hinted that the son could surpass his father, making Russell's heart clench with both fear and admiration for the challenge. Russell grabbed the bony head, trying to figure out who was hiding behind the mask of death, searching for answers in the shadows of the past. A dark laugh escaped the skeleton's lips, recalling the horrors of his father's last moments, the echo of which kept Russell on edge. Russell's eyes were filled with panic and determination as he sought to understand who this ghost really was, turning the past into a living threat. Russell felt how every word the skeleton said revealed an ancient fear and pushed him to decide his own destiny, to confront the past. The tension inside him grew, and the air thickened with magic and invisible conflict, making it impossible to look away and making his heart beat faster. The skeleton's dark laughter ripped through the air, promising to reveal to Russell the last moments of his father's life like an open book of fear. The bony mask reflected a rage that had once been hell, the flickering of its shadow entwining the enemy like a black web of hatred. Suddenly the skull cracked in Russell's hands, and green smoke slowly rose into the air, enveloping the space in an eerie, barely living aura. Russell stood frozen in place, touched and surprised, while his dragon stood majestically next to him, ready to lend a wing at any moment of the battle. In the darkness, unseen observers watched the final battle, whispering their wicked plans like shadows trying to swallow the light. The war report described the end of the battle between the Mage Endymion and the occultist, where victory flashed brightly like a sword in the night. The magician's power was astounding. He clearly exceeded the fifth circle of magic, and the officers experienced a shock, as if from a lightning strike on a clear day. The battalion commander angrily reproached his subordinates. Their inability to notice the greatness of the powerful magic in time caused alarm and irritation. No news of the movements of Endymion's high-ranking mages, so rumors spread quickly, like sparks on dry grass. Legends of the young mage in the burning tower spread because even though he had just graduated from the academy, his power shone brightly and deadly. His abilities exceeded the fifth circle, and this new power could become a decisive factor in Endymion's future, like fire in the darkness. The enemies trembled with fear and anger, realizing that they would soon have to meet the young magician, deadly and merciless as a storm. The solution was obvious. The maniac would have to be called in, because his presence could already upset the balance of power on the continent. The sun cut through the sky with golden rays, and Russell watched the clouds, thinking about the past and what lay ahead. Doubt tormented him. Did the occultist really take his father away? Or was it just a shadow of memory playing in his mind like a ghost of the past? He clenched his fists, reminding himself that the more important thing now was to find allies and complete his mission without giving in to fear. The desert sands raised dust as Russell carefully studied the tracks, feeling someone else's eyes following his every move. The Empire's scouts watched from a distance. Their presence felt like an invisible chain of tension that compressed the air around them. A silhouette of a man appeared on the horizon, and Russell's heart began to beat faster, making him ready to rush forward in search of an answer. But the enemy's powerful aura stopped his steps, the magical weight pressing on his chest like an invisible stone, preventing him from moving further. The message flashed through his mind. There was an enemy in front of him, unknown but deadly, which he had to dodge in order to survive. The reward for survival was shining before his eyes, 5 mid-level mana stones, but the price was simple: stay alive and escape. Russell's gaze flared up more than expected, his mastery surpassing the fifth circle of magic, like a living, fiery testimony to the terrible rumors of the desert. A sense of danger gripped Russell's chest, forcing him to evaluate every movement, every breath of wind that passed through the sandy expanses. The mission took on a new meaning: to survive, find allies, and prepare for the battles that were already knocking on the door of the future. The Empire whispered of him as a Superman, a disciple of a great magician whose abilities went beyond the familiar and understandable. The enemy's darkness radiated a cruel passion, promising to tear Russell to shreds, like a blade cutting through a body before his eyes. Russell could feel Spandam's pulsating hatred, his blood-red aura glowing with deadly force, tearing the air into tiny sparks. He recalled how the maniac had mercilessly cut down the mercenaries who dared to challenge him, leaving behind only shadows and screams. Only a miracle saved the young magician when Spandam broke through the magical barrier and his life hung on the verge of death. Legendary mages, even Alan Page, have barely contained this dark force, glowing with a forbidden threat on the battlefield. The time for a serious confrontation had come, and the air around was heated by magic, filled with fear and anticipation of a mortal battle. The enemy raised his hands, and his blood flared with alum light, turning into sharp flying blades of death that tore through space. Blades whistled through the air, cutting through the battlefield with dark magic that could tear apart both the flesh and the aura of defenseless enemies. Russell raised his fifth circle shield, creating a translucent wall of burning light that reflected every fatal blow from his opponent. The blades scattered sparks against the barrier, but the shield held the pressure, turning the attack into a flickering dance of fiery lines in the air. The battlefield flickered with red flashes like a rain of blood, and the magic of both warriors danced with a deadly, inexorable rhythm. Even after 5 hits from the shield, the attack was still terrifyingly powerful, forcing Russell to grit his teeth and gather his will. The memory of Alan Page holding back such a monster tore at the young mage's thoughts, sowing doubt in his own abilities. The enemy assessed Russell's magic, caught the slightest flaws in mana concentration, and tried to take advantage of them with lightning speed. Russell spread his arms, and streams of fire burst from his palms, flowing down the river, burning everything in their path, and boldly breaking through the enemy's defense. Waves of fire rolled in one after another, destroying the enemy's spell and burning the ground beneath their feet, leaving only heat and ash. The flames enveloped the maniac, compressing space and stealing his magical power, turning the enemy's movements into a powerless struggle. Each new stream of fire was stronger than the previous one, turning the battlefield into an ocean of flame and all-consuming death. Amidst the flashes, Russell spotted the enemy's hidden source of power, trying to guess the weak point and use it for a decisive blow. His heart was filled with determination. It was time to use all his resources to finally break the enemy and his dark aura. Russell concentrated, and the flames spiraled, burning the maniac from all sides, squeezing him in an invisible fiery vice. Streams of fire exploded, tore through space, and pressed on the enemy with irrepressible heat, depriving him of all freedom of action. The air was hell. The enemy was suffocating. Every breath became painful, as if hellish flames were pressing on the lungs and heart. Every movement Russell made intensified the flames, as if the elements themselves were obeying his will, submitting to the young mage and his determination. The maniac tried to break through, but the fiery waves washed away his steps, leaving behind only smoke and hot ash. Even after the spear was thrown, the attack remained deadly, causing the enemy to doubt his own strength and prudence. He released a burst of energy that tore through the air, exploding next to Russell like a red tornado of burning debris. Flying blood turned into a tornado, rushing straight towards the young mage, leaving behind a trail of soot and glitter. His magical body seemed fragile compared to the brutal power of the maniac looming over the battlefield. The enemy reacted mockingly to Russell's self-sacrifice, marveling at the young magician's endurance and his burning determination. The power of young magicians seemed incomprehensible to him, like an invisible criterion for selecting students among mortals. The enemy's memory was filled with the image of his previous opponent, who also did not give up until the very end, and threatened his power. Fear for the missing scouts flashed through Russell's mind, the shadow blaming him for their fate and his inability to save them. A determination flared in the young mage's heart. He could not allow the sacrifices to be in vain, and the flame of his will burned brightly. The maniac smiled through the shadows, radiating menace, his every movement a shaky dance of death, testing Russell's strength. Russell felt the desire to hide disappear after the first blow, the mission becoming secondary to destructive magic. The enemy watched with curiosity the hidden power of the young magician, which he guarded like a secret fire until the last moment. The maniac sought to test Russell's body, making him suffer from hellish sensations that burned his soul like fiery blades. The cloud magic ring had not yet taken effect, but the choice was simple: survive or perish under the onslaught of death. Flying blood came down like a tornado, leaving trails of pain and dark energy cutting through the air in the young mage's path. The rushing stream tore through the ground and tore through the air, forcing Russell to maneuver and parry blows as if dancing through the chaos. Each spell of the maniac fell unexpectedly, testing the reactions of the magician and forcing him to act instantly, as if his life was hanging by a thread. Russell raised his shield and emitted flames, blocking attacks and preventing the enemy from getting close, turning the field into an inferno. The magical currents collided. The field shook from the blows. Sparks and tongues of flame danced in a chaotic rhythm of destruction. The dragonification engulfed Russell's body, the flames flaring up to form a ring of bright fury around him, burning like a living demon. A wave of fire spread out, scorching the ground and pushing the maniac away, as if the elements themselves were trying to swallow the enemy whole. Every movement of the young magician fed the clot of flame, turning the field into a mad sea of fire and light that consumed everything around. The enemy retreated, struggling with the power of dragonification, but the power of magic remained invincible, like a storm without regret. Sparks and flames danced in the air, leaving shimmering traces of shattered land and heated battles. Russell's fiery wings spread out, tearing through the air and unleashing hellish heat on the enemy with unheard-of speed. Every movement created new flashes, burning the path and pushing the maniac to the edge of the field, where fear and heat intertwined. The cluster of flames swirled around, forming an impenetrable barrier that prevented the enemy from even getting close. The maniac tried to counterattack, but dragonification tore through his defenses, completely subduing the young mage's willpower. Each blow of the flame wave left behind charred marks and a smell of hot air that choked and forced one to retreat. Russell released a spiral of fire, encircling the enemy and freezing his movements in a hot whirlwind, leaving no chance. The field rose into flame, sparks flew in all directions, reflecting off the walls of the magic circle like bright stars of chaos. The maniac raised the field into a whirlpool. Cyclone typhoon tore through the air, throwing gusts of wind and flames at Russell, creating chaos. The flying blood fell like a storm, cutting every movement of the young mage with lies, forcing him to maneuver among the deadly stream. The battlefield flickered red and blue, magics clashing, creating a chaotic vortex of light, flame, and energy. Exhausted, Russell gathered his last strength, raised his hands. The magic of the sixth circle flared up, engulfing the entire field in a bright flame. Tongues of flame shot upward, burning the ground and destroying traces of the enemy, forcing the dark aura to give way to light. The maniac reflected the spell, but Russell's fire mercilessly filled the space, leaving behind only light, smoke, and destruction. Each stream of flame drained the enemy's mana, taking away their strength and leaving only hot waves and light. Russell's flames burned brighter, like the embodiment of his wrath and magical power, conquering the field and the enemy himself. Russell felt the limits of his own power. The meltdown spell was pulling at the sixth circle, unreachable by his current level of magic, like a distant star. The fiery coals turned the field into liquid magma, slowly sliding and covering everything around, like a pulsating living ocean of fire. The ruins of battle lay all around, smoke and ash rising from every flash, leaving the air thick and silent. filled with a shudder. Pepper stood nearby, the loyal dragon, whose golden glow supported Russell's fragile magical balance like a beacon in a sea of chaos. The maniac watched with a cold smile, bloody and alive, causing fear to tremble between the thoughts and body of the young magician. His words, full of dark humor, fell on the battlefield like poisoned arrows, reminding us of the cost of war and the inevitability of blood. The path of the defender was paved with violence, and the enemy invisibly warned that he had not yet finished this terrible game of power and death. Russell felt a fragile peace after the chaos. The ruins were quieting, the magma was cooling, and the air was filled with a moment of silence before the next storm. The echo of battle and the smell of blood remained in the air. The burden of responsibility seemed to hang over his every move, even at rest. Later, he found himself in a cafe where the aura absorbed extraneous sounds, creating his own world for conversation with Jackson, invisible to everyone else. Every stone and awarded artifact in the room became a symbol of the chaos experienced, an echo of Russell's growth and strength, like silent witnesses to his exploits. The power of magic and the fear of death were intertwined in him, leaving both the bitterness of loss and the sweetness of victory, like a hot bench in the heart. Rumors of Spandam, the Knight of the Empire, spread through the city like shadows, whispering of his secret actions and causing hearts to tremble with fear. The disappearance of the scouts was linked to Spandam, and it sent a cold fear through Russell and Jackson, like an icy hand squeezing their chests. Jackson felt uneasy, because even the divinity of the fire tower could be at risk. The world as they knew it hung in the balance. Even the most powerful mage did not dare to oppose Spandam lightly, and this thought weighed on both of them like a heavy chain that did not allow them to breathe. Jackson walked carefully to the spherical crystal, where the report from Sudra about the fire tower scouts was coming in, like a divination on a fragile border. The names of Spandam and Russell Raymond spread throughout the city, telling of the young heir who had overcome the heretics and the magical monster like a legend. Rumors of the newcomer's victory caused mixed emotions, from surprise to disbelief, because no one expected such power from the young magician. Russell stepped onto the streets of Camelot. The city greeted him with the eyes of his mentors and a quiet admiration that silently approved of his exploits. Darya greeted him warmly, grateful for his return alive, and a light calm grew through the tension like the first ray of dawn. The battlefield was filled with the relief of those who had survived the dangerous duel. Hearts calmed down a little, and the tension dissolved into smoke. The newcomer turned out to be stronger than even experienced magicians expected, and this caused both surprise and alarm in the eyes of observers. There was envy in the air, as the legendary Spandam was mentioned as dead, sparking tension and jealousy in the hearts of those present. A wave of hatred and anger swept through the Knights of the Empire, each feeling the desire for revenge and a test of their own strength, like a troubled sea. All eyes were on Russell Raymond and Darya Snow. White, the boy's teacher, his exploits left a deep mark on the memory of observers, like a carved sign of the times. The echo of the past battle still burned in hearts. Promises of retribution sounded quietly, but tangibly, like an invisible, unquenchable fire. The carriage flew through the evening fog, the wheels reflecting distant voices that merged with the cold wind, like a whisper of the past. Darya raised the issue of Russell's father's death, her words rolling in the air, full of doubt and anxious foreboding. Russell silently felt the weight of loss and the lost records of the war, memories mingling with the shadows of the past, leaving a sense of despondency and uncertainty. The real truth was difficult to discern in the chaos of documents and memories, but he knew that patience was the key to restoring justice. Darya spoke confidently and piercingly about the persecution of the guilty, proving that only decisive actions would open the curtain of truth. Russell felt the breath of the flame tower. Its magical shield enveloped him in an invisible cloak, giving him courage in the shadows of hidden dangers. When the carriage stopped, a new horizon opened up before them. It was time to put aside doubts and immerse themselves in the affairs of the Magical Council. Endymion's 20 towers, each vote affecting the balance of power and justice in the magical world. 2 months ago, Russell defeated Spandam. His feat spread throughout the community, strengthening his reputation and self-confidence. The majestic hall greeted Russell as the master's assistant, his heart pounding with anticipation of new trials and unknown challenges. Despite his rookie status, Russell's presence was admired by the mentors, their gazes filled with respect and curiosity. Daria appeared next to him, her confidence and past achievements in the Yellow Tower radiating strength and experience, inspiring everyone around her. She introduced Russell to the magician Niccolo Machiavelli, whose humor hid a stern strength and a stern gaze that could crush doubts. Niccolo acknowledged with a smile. Russell had surpassed the disciple of a powerful swordmaster whose former disciple, Spandam, had become his opponent. Joy and pride flared up in the young man's heart, but the echo of past battles reminded him of losses and painful lessons. The conversation turned to preparation for the council, where the mages tested each other, revealing the depths of knowledge, willpower, and refined skill. Light envy and jokes mixed with tension, Daria boldly discussed her students' praise with other mentors. The masters were preparing for their performances. Every movement radiated magic, and the air in the hall was filled with waves of energy. The arguments between Hemingway and his assistant did not disturb the atmosphere. Russell watched and quietly laughed at their petty squabbles. Every moment was filled with magic, anticipation, and internal struggle. Joining the council became a new test for the young man. The Council of Basht began in a grand hall, the air trembling with tension, magical waves, and the silence that preceded a storm of decisions. The main theme was the ruins of Mount Calvian, ancient remains of an era that could hide a relic capable of shaking modern times. Alan felt the pulse of responsibility, like a living current in his veins. The security of the place lay with him, and the Russells standing nearby, ready in the face of hidden danger. Niccolo officially appointed them as protectors, acknowledging Russell's strength and experience, and the mentors nodded their heads in approval. A shadow of doubt had settled over part of the council. The magician Jerome of the Red Tower was questioning the merits of the young man, causing tension. The accusations touched on Father Russell's long-standing defeats, and voices clashed between truth and speculation, fueling conflict. Daria felt anger and injustice. There were not enough records, and opponents relied only on their own memories and speculation. Russell watched silently, his eyes filled with a cold sense of betrayal. The past weighing on him even after a generation. There was silence in the Hall of Magic, tension between past and future, fear and responsibility, as if the ruins of Calvian were breathing overhead. Everyone felt an internal conflict. Honor, doubt, and magic were woven into a dangerous dance of power, memory, and history. Russell felt a storm of rage as he listened to Gerald's words devaluing his father's sacrifice, as if the shadow of war was falling upon his heart. His heart sank like a cry. Raymond had to pay his debt to the kingdom, and he had to endure the burden of other people's judgments. The Hall of Magic was filled with tension. Every decision about Russell's participation in the expedition became a field of heated debate and hidden glances. The teachers sensed a dichotomy. The young hero glowed with potential, but his family's past cast a long, cold shadow over his honor. Nelson quietly recalled the long-standing services and support of Archduke Bismarck, whose power stood like an invisible sword behind every word. Hemingway tried to devalue the controversy by laughing at the fears of the powerful, the skillful manipulation of power, and the ambitions of others. Daria watched Russell closely, feeling his inner fire boiling, and tried to keep the violent impulse under control. Russell's eyes glowed with rage, like a cold fire ready to flare up at any injustice that touched the honor of his house. He demanded responsibility for the humiliation of the Raymonds, feeling that the honor of the family was not empty words, but a shield that needed protection. The Master of the Red Tower barely concealed his irritation. while at the same time reminding him of Daria, the only one who could curb the youth's rage. The mentor's words sounded like a warning. Without Daria, Russell could punish anyone who dared to touch his family. With each meeting, the Master of the Red Tower became more majestic, as if his figure merged with the image of a king, unshakably ruling over the entire hall. Hakata stepped into the room, and the space froze. His presence filled the air with magic and invisible power. The tower mages and teachers bowed their heads, feeling the power and authority of the Highness that turned the words into an empty rustle. Even the Master of the Red Tower was forced to show respect. Next to Hakata, any word lost its weight and significance. The princess insisted that every debt must be paid, her determination enveloping the hall like a transparent but unshakable dome. Daria rushed to stand up for him, defending the young man's chance to justify himself, protecting the honor and potential of the new generation of magicians. Hakata ordered the tower's spears and fire cooperate with Red to ensure the safety of the excavations and preserve relics of the past. The masters of the Red and Yellow Towers hesitated, warning of the dangers of a frivolous attitude, but the authority of the princess was unshakable. With the order, it is time to organize excavations and draw up a work schedule that will determine the fate of relics that are capable of shaking up modern times. Hakata Rethmos was becoming an invisible wedge that could ruin Raymond's debut, and the wrath of the Master of the Yellow Tower was quietly pulsing within the carriage. The Master of the Red Tower noticed Daria approaching and felt the hidden tension between them, like an electric current between two forces. Daria did not retreat, her gaze and words silently challenging, even when the enemy aimed a sharp blade filled with danger at her. The Master of the Red Tower restrained his servant, ordering him to lower his weapon, feeling an internal conflict between authority and the need to avoid tragedy. She didn't come to apologize. The goal was clear: to unravel the secrets of the past and find the truth for her student. Daria reminded him of Alex Raymond's death, and the Master of the Red Tower felt a mixture of pity and pressure on his heart. Her desire to reveal the truth went far beyond personal grievances. She acted for the sake of her future student, his strength and calling to become a magician of the new era. The Master of the Red Tower decided to take the risks and ordered the carriage to be returned to the Archduke's estate to check important facts that could change fate. Daria's inspiration and determination awakened a shadowy tension in the hearts of the mages, where power, honor, and experience intertwined in a dangerous dance of strength. Daria felt uneasy. Tomorrow the young man was setting out on a journey, but his heart was still captivated by doubts and heavy thoughts. The old man's words cut into his soul like blades. The memory of his father, dishonored and humiliated, burned with unquenchable anger. Russell tried to hide his pain, but the rumors that had destroyed the honor of his family continued to pierce his mind like poisonous arrows. Daria whispered that the truth will always break through the darkness, and urged the student to keep going, even when the road seems impassable. Her voice sounded like a spell, to go forward, not to break, even when the path is strewn with thorns and full of shadows. The young man begged for more instruction, thirsting for the strength to break the burden of the inheritance that bound him with invisible shackles. The craftswoman warned, "The road will be merciless, but it is she who is capable of leading him out of the darkness of the past into the light of his own destiny." She added, "Only by knowing the size of the shadow can one understand whether there is enough light to break it and rise above one's own destiny." 3 days passed, and the Calvian Mountains appeared like an ice wall. The frost cut the body, penetrated the heart, making the soul tremble. Russell lit a flame in his palms, and it flared up, a challenge to the winter and the fate that lay ahead. The air shuddered, the cold retreated. The warm breath of magic said, "It is not here itself." An alien presence was hiding nearby. He was called by his name, a descendant of the House of Raymond, a disciple of the Tower of Fire. It was an invitation, more like a summons into the unknown. The royal road opens up ahead. The Yellow Tower Ivrima, the yellow tower of a chaos. The guardians of the earthly elements gathered here. Russell looked at the expedition headquarters, and his heart beat faster. Even the stones here seemed imbued with hidden power. He was struck by the crystals from which the structures grew. They glowed like mirrors, reflecting and devouring the soul. The locals called this place the ruins of the Temple of Mirrors. The name itself caused a chill of anxiety and a thirst for discovery. Before him appeared Spiegelman from the Yellow Tower, an archaeologist and traveler, a wise keeper of the secrets of antiquity. He had obtained the title of Elder of the Royal Road without any magical gift, and this stunned even experienced magicians. Russell felt his heart tighten with questions. Could this man be the one to reveal the truths that had been weighing on his soul? Alan's voice was heard nearby, confirming his presence. And the meeting in the Temple of Mirrors began unexpectedly, solemnly. Alan greeted him with excessive vivacity, calling him a genius. But in the shadow of his voice, there was a hidden challenge and envy. But Russell felt something else, a call of duty. He saw in these walls a relic of the gods, which must be protected even at the cost of life. But suddenly the crystals burst into light. A rumble arose from the depths, and from it emerged crystal golems, clay giants. Panic gripped the crowd. People ran for cover. Shadows slid between the debris. The ground shook from the creature's footsteps. Spiegelman, without hesitation, raised the dome. Its magic shone like a wall between life and death, giving a chance for salvation. He summoned the power of not only defense, but also destruction. The shield burst into flames, turning into a trap for the golems. The elder ordered a wall of stone to be built. The earth obediently rose, but the blows of the giants crushed it into dust. Heavy steps and blows sucked out the strength of the magicians, tore apart space, turning every moment into a test at the cost of life. The expedition held on to the border, sweat and magic mingling with screams. Every breath felt like the last. Then Russell revealed his technique. The flame thickened, turning into a spear that cut through the darkness and flew forward. The fiery spear pierced the golem's body, and it burst into flames from within, crumbling into sparkling crystal fragments. Russell looked around for his brothers, his eyes frantically scanning the chaos, searching for survivors in the maelstrom of battle. And among the tortured figures, he recognized her. The violet glow of her hair revealed the princess hidden under the warrior's mask. Alan raised his hands, and an icy glow flared in his palms. The icy bow blossomed as if it was created by the sky itself. The bowstring resounded loudly, and the arrows struck the giants from the ice. The stone cracked, and the enemy's movements were frozen by the inexorable frost. Each shot tore their power into icy chunks. The battlefield was covered in frost. The golems staggered, crumbling under their own weight. But the core was not affected. Resistance grew like a stone in the heart. Doubt cut through Alan's confidence like a thin blade on glass. Then Geron rose up, a whirlwind of power erupting around him, and in his hands a fiery, bloody sword blazed like a spark of war. Red steel roared, cutting through the golems. Stone melted, flew into pieces. The enemy's defenses crumbled under the onslaught of flame. His steps tore through the darkness. The fire blazed, clearing the way with ash and light. Jaren's name sounded like a challenge from the abyss. But 3 days ago, everything was different. Daria began investigating the death of a young man, Alex Raymond, who disappeared into the darkness of someone else's will. Element knew the truth. His memory was in tatters, a death born of command. There was only pain and fragments of voices. Doubt entered his heart. The hints sounded like fear of exposure, but he felt only anger and a cruel loss that tormented his soul. The conversation turned again to Russell. He had been mistaken for a simpleton, and this underestimation had shattered the fragile order. The accusation tore through the silence. Arguments between the mages flared up, each word cutting like a dagger in the night. Their quarrels were observed by Archduke Bismarck Rathmos, whose cold gaze met the mages as if they were ancient allies lurking in the shadows. Time changed everything. The niece came up in conversation. Her presence ruined plans like a sharp wind leafing through an old book. The plan seemed simple. Reduce the defenses and penetrate into the heart of the ruins. But new circumstances turned the path into a knot of traps. Jiran was to be part of the guard. He was destined to breach the Yellow Tower's barrier and open the way for an ambush. The partisans of the rude pagan were biding their time to strike at the expedition. They were anxious to leave it defenseless, but to do this, the king's masters had to be subdued. Without this, the plot would crack like clay under fire. The key was the Codex of the Ruins, an artifact capable of draining the strength of the defenders and leaving them without support in battle. A scream was heard nearby. Russell begged the princess to let him go, but the chains of fate held him tighter than any shackles. The mountains rose like dark sentries. The princess kept her secret, not letting the world know of her presence. She demanded indifference from him. Russell had to pretend she didn't exist. The task burned in his heart, but there was no retreat. The young man said that the ruins were the legacy of myths. His voice trembled, but stubbornness lived in every word. He asked her not to worry. Russell admitted that there was no point in fearing for her. His sincerity stirred her heart, but the princess hid her excitement behind a smile. Magic burst from Spiegelman's hands like a storm of light, crashing down on the monsters that had emerged from the depths of the desert, hungry and furious. Russell ran out onto the battlefield, his eyes wide. The help was fragile and late, a ghostly shadow among the burning sands of war. Spells were lost in the air. Magic was torn, unable to pacify the golems hanging over them, like living walls of steel and stone. Spiegelman cursed his fate. It was at the very moment the entrance opened that the magic of the space erupted, turning order into chaos and despair. The teachers sought a way to break through the barrier. A relic from the Age of Gods from the Tower of the Spear could open a path through the ruins and magical traps. Alan suggested taking a risk, asking for the relic personally, knowing that the task would be more difficult than any of his previous trials. Spiegelman promised a reward, recognizing Alan's loyalty and his role in a big game where every move could be deadly. While Alan was away, only Jaren stood guard, a lone battle mage in the desert and night, like a shadow watching over death. Before the night maneuver, Russell tried to discuss the route, feeling the tension in Jaren's eyes, like a mirror reflecting fear. The fire was blazing among the desert sands. The silence was oppressive with magic and invisible threats, as if the air was filled with the expectation of death. The unknown figures were approaching, and Russell gave the order to stand still, feeling how every step could tear the fragile fabric of the plan. They rushed into the attack, upsetting Gerald's calculations, and chaos tore the strategic game to pieces like ice in the blazing sun. Spatial destruction tore apart the earth around the excavation site, magic tearing at the fabric of reality, leaving behind scars of time and space. Alan went to the tower spearman's searches for an artifact that can curb chaos, like a warrior going in search of a sword that can change the course of a war. The air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh, cold death circling the battlefield, savoring the fear of his enemies like a dark delicacy. The criminals were looking for blackmail, trying to take Spiegelman hostage in order to control the chaos and keep the situation under their bloody hand. All eyes fell on the young fighter, the deity of the fire tower, who became a target for elimination because his power could ruin the plans of the enemies. The commanding tone and pressure on his followers created tension, even among his thieving allies, where the air magic became as hot as molten metal. The two leaders began to argue, magic shaking the earth and air like a storm, throwing to the wind anything that dared to stand in its way. The bad joke turned into a threatening whisper, where even laughter became dangerous, like an icy knife in the dark of night. One demanded an open heart, causing tension and doubt, like a magic chain squeezing the soul, leaving no room for fear. A shining star appeared in the background, a symbol of reincarnation and magical renewal, watching over everything like a beacon amidst the storm of chaos and destruction. Darkness enveloped everything. One thief quietly reminded another of the Archduke's secret gift, like the whisper of the wind before a storm. The words of the Red Tower sounded like a sentence. After the mission, only a shadow would remain, which would wander the world, deprived of its own life, like a ghost in the sands. No one from the expedition should return intact. The bloody plan caressed fear in hearts, cruelty and cold grew in the soul, like the root of a weed. A thought arose among the whispers. The hidden gift might work if the chaos grew like a dark fire, devouring everything in its path. Tower's answer was icy. Trust is just a mask, a test of skill and loyalty that leaves a mark on the soul like an icy scar. The promise of becoming a ghost had penetrated Giron's heart, turning him into a shadow of fear and despair, walking alongside him like a living curse. The mission was becoming deadly and magical. Every step could be their last, and danger hung over them like a dark sword, ready to fall at any moment. Spiegelman felt a thrill of curiosity as images of multi-headed dragons in Russell's mind ignited his imagination like sparks breaking through the darkness of the night. Russell's gaze, its ancient images radiating the mystery and power of the past, whispering secrets of the ages. Spiegelman spoke carefully, his words echoing with ancient wisdom, as if time itself had held its breath to listen to history. Russell recalled the divine Dragon King, a legendary creature capable of confronting any evil that grew in the shadows of the world. Legends contained only fragments of truth, hidden between the lines of historical records, like light through the cracks of ancient ruins. Suddenly, Pepper the dragon rose into the air, landing on Russell's head, and chaos instantly enveloped them like a storm of magic and fire. The dragon circled the hall, magic raging around, creating a furious symphony of light and energy, tearing apart the silence and time at the same time. Giant golems filled the hall, their attack forcing the mages to rush into defense, and the ground shook with every heavy step. The members of the expedition, surrounded by magical currents, experienced both fear and admiration for the power of the monsters roaring above them. The battlefield became a chaotic whirlpool of energy. The golem's blows tore at the ground, and magic raged like a storm in the night sky. The mages created absorption circles that swallowed everything in their path. Ancient spells kept chaos in a temporary trap of light. The enemies unleashed powerful spells on the magicians. Each blow tore through the air, creating vortices of energy and flame. The battlefield trembled from the force of the attacks. The mages barely had time to parry the blows. Powerful flashes and explosions tore through the space, forcing the mages to retreat into defense. Each attack from the opponents tested the limits of the mages' strength and their reactions. Russell raised his shield, protecting his allies from the destructive force, his heart clenching with tension, every second becoming a test. Spiegelman screamed in rage, outraged by the impudence of his enemies who dared to destroy the sacred excavation sites of Endymion and the memories of the past. The battlefield pulsed with magic and fear. Every move could change the fate of the expedition, like a thread holding a fragile doll over an abyss. The bodies of the dead came to life. The shadows over the ruins thickened. Magic rose from the ashes, turning the ruins into a fiery symphony of darkness. Russell realized that only one group of brave men used the dead as weapons, dancing on the edge of life and death amid the chaos. Spiegelman was dubious, wondering if they were pagans, their intentions hidden behind a mask of shadow and fire. Russell hurried, protecting one important ally in the midst of chaos, guiding him through a magical maelstrom and dangerous traps. Princess Hakata confronted the giant golem, radiating power that raised the wind of magic like a storm that knew no rest. She called the expedition to her, creating a protective circle full of despair and determination, like a living shield of light and magic. The golem fell under her blows, but she saw an enemy who knew no defeat, his presence filling the hall with cold and fear. The enemy appeared unexpectedly, the challenge in his gaze laughing at hope. Like a shadow trampling the light before a storm, Princess Hakata yearned for a sword that could rip apart the darkness so that fear would no longer reign and the magic of light would once again come alive in her hands. Her spell tore through the earth and air, blazing with power that even the enemy was forced to remain silent, overwhelmed by the might. Russell ran up to support the princess, his shield glowing, reflecting the dark energy like a small fortress in the heart of chaos. The enemy finally admitted that the deity of the fire tower itself stood before him, fear seeping into his words, breaking his pride and insolence. Russell ordered a retreat to the ruins, reminding them that the elder was waiting there. Time melted away like a fire devouring a branch. Spiegelman raised his voice, calling on the warriors to endure the last moment, while the fate of the battle still wavered between light and darkness. Hakata glanced at Russell with concern, her eyes sparkling with faith and fear, like two flaming swords in one vagina. The enemy laughed mockingly, promising a more joyful slaughter if they came together. His excitement was dark as a night flame, but Russell responded with flame. He summoned the spears, and an explosion of light tore the sky, causing the shadow to fall in fear. Fiery formulas flared in his hands, destroying the enemy's plans and knocking him off balance like a storm knocks a tree. Waves of flame rolled, tearing apart chaos and smoke. The enemy was choking on heat, seeking shelter from the blazing elements. The fire obeyed the mage like an extension of his will. Each blow of the spear echoed with an inevitable fate. The enemy was losing his rhythm, while the magician was gathering his strength for a new, even more terrible blow, as ardent as the sun at its zenith. Amidst the chaos, the expedition rushed to Geron, crying out for help. The enemy attacked right in the ruins, where the shadows came to life. Jaren felt the icy chill of a guess. The enemy was weaving formations, preparing a dark ritual among the ancient stones. Black steel crumbled into ash. Even metal couldn't withstand the curse. Magic distorted the surrounding world. And then the enemy lifted the curtain. His face was disfigured by magic, as if the darkness itself had eaten away his features. Russell met his gaze with contempt, and he burst into rage, shattered by the magician's confidence. An ominous aura gushed out from the enemy. He confessed. In his chest beats another knight's heart, transplanted by the dark force. His vow was cruel, to tear Russell to pieces, and in an instant he was on the attack. The blows rained down like lightning, the magical aura cracking under the pressure, tearing the air. But Russell fought back with flame and movement, forcing the enemy to waste energy and lose momentum. Each enemy attack only fueled the mage's heat. His spear caught fire, responding with flame to the steel. The explosions of fire knocked the enemy out of rhythm, pushing him back, opening up deadly windows for strikes. Russell cut through the air with his spear, and the blows fell straight into the enemy's body, burning his insides. The flame slash tore through the space, and the enemy swayed, losing its footing like a ship in a storm. The battle blazed in a whirlpool of fire. Every spark sang of the invincibility of the magician, who would not retreat a single step. Enemies scoffed, calling the spiritual suppressors just a tool. But their malice only hardened Russell's will. He didn't hesitate. The fiery spear flew from his hand, cutting through the air and incinerating the enemy. Behind him rose the fire cyclone. A whirlwind of flame tore apart the world, covering the field with a bloody glow. The magician's movements became lightning bolts of fire. He forced the enemy to stagger, lose balance and protection. The field burned and spun in a fiery whirlpool, reflecting the power and skill of the young fighter. The enemy created a circle similar to a portal, and from his heart burst forth a hellish flame of unprecedented power. Flashes pierced the air, the earth shook, and the magicians were forced to retreat in the face of this horror. Russell inhaled the heat that was burning in his chest and prepared his final counterblow. The enemy's flames merged into a spiral, threatening to swallow everything that was still standing on the battlefield. Russell made his way through the chaos of battle, his eyes searching for the princess and the elder, his heart clenched in its cage, fighting like a wild bird in the darkness. Spiegelman stretched out his trembling hands, his body broken by wounds, and only a tiny thread of strength kept him on his feet, barely alive. Anxiety choked Russell. He wanted to see if his allies were still alive, if there was still a shred of hope in this hell of a battle. Jiran carried the princess's lifeless body. Panic flared in Russell's chest, but her weak breathing told him she was still alive, albeit wounded. Relief gave way to deep gratitude. He thanked Jiran for the life of the heiress, his voice trembling, but his heart pounding with determination. Blood gushed from Russell's mouth, gasping for air, as Pepper the dragon rose above the field, blazing with both majesty and menace. The enemies laughed, calling the magician an insect. The words cut his spirit, but his body did not submit to fear. Not all his strength had left him yet. The criminal gave the order to take hostages. Spiegelman was to become the prey, and Jiran was also in the crosshairs, losing all cover. Spiegelman screamed at Jiran's betrayal. His soul was torn apart by despair, and the enemy's blows rained down on him like heavy sledgehammers, forcing every vein to groan in pain. The swords of the enemies tore at the elder. Their glances slid over the princess. She became the key to power that could conquer all of Endymion. The name Hakata came out of their mouths like a spell. They saw him as an instrument that could conquer the kingdom and drench the world in blood. Jiran pulsed with rage. The allies' stupid mistakes could cost everything. But as long as the princess was breathing, hope still clung to a thread. He swore that he would not allow her to die, and Russell stood like a rock, not allowing his enemies to even think about it. One of the opponents decided to destroy the young magician, and danger spread across the field like a poisonous river, threatening to destroy everything. In response, Russell called the fog. A thick haze covered the field, obscuring his movements and severing the enemy's connection to reality. In the whirlwind, he created a cloud ring. The air swirled, blocking the enemy's attacks and protecting the mage from the unseen chaos. The enemies realized that the fog had blinded them, and now they understood why the previous warriors had been defeated in this hell. The eyes did not see, but the body felt an explosive increase in lies, a force that went beyond understanding and human capabilities. They called Russell a monster. His power grew, and no limit could contain the flames of his magic. Jiran felt the cold truth. If the enemy survived, the mission would fail. A terrible, firm decision crystallized in his heart. Russell activated dual witchcraft. The magic doubled in power, and the air shook as if the battlefield itself had felt an explosion of unprecedented energy. The blood flame's fire sword whistled through the air, leaving a trail of light that ignited chaos and fear in the enemy ranks. The enemy attacked, but Russell's blows tore through their ranks, knocking them off their feet and disrupting any strategy they had built. The field flared with red-orange fire. Magic merged with his anger, and every movement became a dance of power and skill of the young magician. Jiran stood there, gritting his teeth, with a wound in his belly. Pain burned through his body, but his eyes shone with determination, and he was not thinking of retreating. Blood burned his armor, but he held his sword, ready to strike again in the maelstrom of chaos where destruction was the only constant. The air was torn apart by lightning and flame, but Russell stood like a shadow, unshakable and indestructible, not knowing defeat or fear. The enemy admitted in surprise. Not only did Russell have a double heart, but his ally also had powers capable of challenging the dragon. The heart of the bizarre power in the second warrior was terrifying. Even a dragon could meet an equal here, challenging the unseen power. The battlefield trembled with energy, where magic, blood, and determination intertwined in a deadly dance that never left the place of weakness and fear. Russell felt the rage of a new enemy, whose mana was boundless, like a dark river, ready to devour his heart and mind. The enemy's ancient magic penetrated his body, testing his endurance and making every nerve tremble like a string. The enemy had called him out, hinting that Russell was hiding power, and every word had ignited a storm within, sharpening his heart to the limit. Every abandoned phrase about magical jumps sounded like a ringing in the mind, breaking the peace and reminding of old mistakes. The failure of the previous youth haunted him like a shadow of the past, whispering of strategies that were no longer suitable for combat. Russell's determination burned like a flame in his heart, promising that even in the chaos, there was still a shred of hope. The enemy threatened to tear the soul into pieces through the crack in the barrier, and the space around shook from the cold magic piercing the chest. The cries of the enemy and the echo of spells made the world tremble, but in Russell's heart, the unyielding fire of struggle pulsed. Russell woke up in an unfamiliar world. His heart clenched with anxiety, and the air felt thick and heavy, as if filled with the unknown. A nurse stood before him, quietly explaining that he was in Camelot Central Hospital, where reality was mixed with the chaos of battle. Memories of ruins and flashes of the past mixed with the present, confusing his mind and making him doubt the whole picture. Thoughts raced. Did the princess or the elder survive? Or was it just a mind game that illuminated the shadows of fear and hope at the same time? The medical staff tried to calm him down, explaining the strange symptoms he had experienced after cleaning the museum. But Russell's heart wouldn't listen to his mind. He felt reality and the past intertwining in a chaotic flow, and every breath became a test on the edge of understanding. The doctor urged him to calm down, offering another place to talk. But the internal tension was stronger than any words. The nurse hinted at a mysterious phenomenon, the nightmare tree, awakening new waves of fear and questions in Russell's heart. He felt torn between sleep and reality, every cell of his body filled with tension and a sense of danger. Echoes of the past battle and dream magic threatened his mind, testing the limits of his endurance and willpower. Russell felt the dark presence of the vicious tree befuddling his mind, luring him into the sweetest illusions, like a trap for souls. The doctor tried to calm him down, pointing out the diagnosis and the museum's compensation, but the internal conflict burst out like a storm. Dream or reality? Russell thought, feeling how every cell of his body was filled with tension. Realizing the reality of Master Daria, he moved decisively towards the master, confident that she would recognize her student among the chaos around her, and time was worth its weight in gold. The guards refused to believe him, vainly accusing him of madness, but he begged for just one short meeting that could change everything. His heart burned with fear of missing the chance. Even a few minutes could rewrite his perception of reality forever. Russell fell, feeling the world around him pulsate with magical flame. Every stone and shadow seemed to come alive under his gaze. Daria watched him with alarm, trying to understand what had happened and how this young man had ended up in the midst of the chaos of magic and ruins. Daria's servant proclaimed that this young man was her disciple. His words fell into the silence of the room like a heavy stone, splitting the peace like a menacing echo. The words sounded, filling the space with tension, breaking the peace and leaving only expectations and fear at the same time. Daria tried to remember the young man's face in surprise, her eyes searching for a familiar face among the chaos, feeling the blurred edge of her memory. Russell, full of determination and doubt, waited for signs of identification, ready for any answer that would change his fate forever. The thought of the nightmare tree pollen hit his consciousness like a poisonous drop of magic that could turn reality upside down. The fist clenched, breaking the stone behind the glass, as if he was trying to tear the truth from the clutches of the delirium that entangled his consciousness. Doubts about whether he was seeing the truth or just a nightmare tore at his soul, forcing him to fight with his own mind on the edge of the abyss. Reality, cruel and inaccessible, repelled him, and even disgust could not erase the insults that pulled him into the past. The years slowly dissolved the despair into silence. The memories remained painful, but no longer confused his mind or dominated his thoughts. He realized that he was the youngest master of the Spear Tower, and even then the miracle of chance shone like stars among the strict fate. The academy at Mount Walker opened up a new world, forcing him to accept the inevitable and experience the power that waited hidden in his veins. Russell held a rake, sweeping the streets as if he were clearing away the remnants of the past and the ambitions that haunted him. Having cast aside his previous aspirations, he found in simple work an unexpected peace that seemed a strange but necessary gift of fate. A measured life opened up new horizons. Modest work became meditation, and everyday life became a magical respite from chaos. The students loomed over the young mage, demonstrating their strength not with words, but with a brutal dance of fists that cut through the air like thunder. The young student who was being attacked had a determination that surprised even Anton Federic, and his desire for magic glowed like an inner flame. Anton laughed, recalling the crimes of the family, leaving the shadow of the past as a stern warning that power does not forgive oblivion. Suddenly, the young man came across the bodies of the bullies. The shock and chaos around him made Russell feel irritated, and at the same time, an indescribable thrill. He tried to remain calm even as chaos surrounded him, enjoying the sandwich as a magical island of calm in the storm. The question of a permanent companion sounded in his voice, full of irritation and quiet concern, like a thin thread of humanity. The guy immersed himself in the book, and the silence around him allowed his thoughts to flow like a magical stream, compressing and expanding the boundaries of consciousness. He thought about the narrow magical vessels that squeezed the flow of energy, reminding him of the danger and the boundary that any magician must feel. Russell recalled a student who failed to transcend himself, remaining trash in a world of power, and understood that even great aspirations can be useless. Both he and the rescued guy swore not to retreat, even when the magic was choking them, and their bodies were asking for defeat, submitting to fear. Sitting on the bench, he delved into his own mind, catching every breath of the world around him like a magic thread leading to the truth. Suddenly, the young man's voice broke through the silence, tense and alarming, like a premonition of a storm approaching the academy and their souls. The chief warned of danger, family ties, the fall of powerful families that once ruled destinies, and magic that reverberated through the centuries. The enemies were preparing to return to the academy on Mount Walker, where the past and future were intertwined in a dangerous magical game that was ready to devour the unprepared. The world of defenders of the old traditions was trembling on the brink of destruction, and Russell realized that only determination and magic could save it from destruction. Russell watched Spiegel, trying to figure out why he persisted in the path of the magician, like a light stubbornly breaking through thick darkness. The boy could not give up the path of a magician. The vow, minted in his heart, pulsated, pushing him towards dangerous discoveries. The dark forces were preparing new weapons, weaving traps, trying to break him and Russell like shadows sliding along their backs. Russell lit his fist with fire as he charged, and the enemies retreated like frightened shadows dancing on the edge of light. After the battle, the cold penetrated his body, and he sat on the bench, feeling magical fatigue and tension, heavy as an invisible chain. The boy honed his speed with Spiegel because life was kept one step away from the enemy. Every movement became a test of endurance and a fire of strength. Russell instructed him, combining the work of his veins, the magical clot of mana and his trained body, creating an alchemy of power and control. The magic of youth was the strongest, and the mentor emphasized, patience and practice are the keys that open the door to power. His progress amazed him, and his enemies screamed in frustration as they watched the youth's strength grow like a flaming crystal. Even with the problems of veins and lies, he achieved victories, demonstrating a determination that broke the boundaries of the ordinary and human. The boy reached the second round of tests. His face glowed with determination, and every step became a small victory over fear. Angry bullies appeared like predatory insects, raining contempt down on the empty, screaming corridors of the academy. The boss sternly reminded him of past mistakes, the public humiliations that affected his son Frederick, and the shadow of old grievances covered Russell. Rage and irony mixed in his soul, because the past and the present merged in a game of power, pain, and precarious balances. Frederick warned that every step could be fatal, and Russell's favorite student would be in danger of death. Russell smiled provocatively, for playing with danger was always fun, not heart-digging fear. The forces of power demanded removal from the academy, and the pressure hung like a heavy magical dome, squeezing thoughts and bones. Spiegel watched, trying to understand where this chain game of threats, fear, and hidden, seething power was leading. The tension mounted, and the academy became an arena where words and magic struck harder than any physical weapon. Russell decided to leave the academy, feeling a weight and uncertainty weighing on his shoulders like a stone from the past. Spiegel rushed to shout, trying to stop him, but his voice tore through the air in vain, like the sound of a lost spell. Russell's face was coldly determined, and Spiegel's words seemed like noise in the whirlwind of change sweeping through the academy. Spiegel looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding that his expectations were being destroyed by a magical reality that was harshly testing everyone. Russell sternly reminded his student, "Teaching is not a game, and not everyone can become a mentor in a world where magic punishes without mercy." Coma, Frederick emphasized the price of power, making hearts tremble. Money and control can conquer anyone who is weaker in spirit. Suddenly, green dust of attacks filled the space, and the opponents broke through, tearing apart the peace like a storm in the heart of the academy. Russell felt confused and angry as he watched the chaos that engulfed the academy like a destructive storm of magic and ambition. The enemy mercilessly blocked the way home, and Russell's heart pounded in time with magical explosions and unpredictable blows. The academy became an arena where power, desire, and magic collided, leaving behind a world of tremors and shattered hopes. The attackers revealed their presence to the world, turning the attack into a terrifying message written into reality in blood and screams. The streets were drowning in chaos. The enemies dragged despair with them. Their steps called the sea of death to break out of the maddening darkness. In the midst of the battle, a spell flashed, an ice arrow, and from the roar came a cry. Among the living, there was still a baby. Russell's voice was torn as he searched for Spiegel, his cry lost in the maelstrom where magic and steel mixed in a frenzied storm. The enemies teased the child. Why didn't he run away? Why did he meet death directly, without the slightest tremor of fear? But Spiegel responded with action, buying time by allowing others to escape, and that was enough to make him a hero. Suddenly, Russell felt a wave of magic, a flow so powerful that even the masters could not contain it. Then he realized fate had given him a chance to become a shield for others, even if it meant burning himself out. Russell was burning with faith. A knight has no right to retreat. His duty is to protect even when death is near. And the bloody dance began. Blows rained down. The earth trembled. The sky was torn apart by magical thunderstorm explosions. The battlefield changed every second, now with fire, now with shadow, their fury intertwined in a whirlwind that tore reality apart. Spiegel gathered his last strength and released the ice arrow of the third circle, piercing the darkness with cold light. Russell responded with flame, a fiery spear tearing through the enemy's defenses, followed by a storm of hot fire. Fire became his will, the flaming breath of his soul, erasing anything that dared to challenge him. The enemy tried to break free, but the flames closed in a ring, turning him into prey for the fiery hell. Spiegel staggered, his body bleeding, his voice shaking as he addressed his mentor. Russell ordered him to flee. The enemy was coming on the wave. To stay meant signing a death warrant. But the boy persisted. Guilt was overwhelming. He could not abandon his mentor, even in the chaos of a doomed battle. Russell flared up with anger. A teacher who could not save a student was not worthy of the very title of mentor. The word student cut into Spiegel's heart, turning into an order, to survive and become a real shield. A promise was made. He vowed to be strong even if the world crumbled into ashes and rubble. For Spiegel, Russell became a lost and regained dream, a conscience he both hated and adored. But the enemy laughed. Even the magic of the second circle was pitiful and unworthy of his disdainful gaze. Russell remembered, real power is not a circle. Magic can always break through the boundary and rise higher or fall lower. A glimmer came into his eyes. He commanded Spiegel to live, because that was the meaning of the vow. And suddenly, his consciousness dissolved. He found himself in a strange space, filled with the blue glow of peace. There he was met by a stranger, asking if he liked this fragile and ghostly land. Russell knew he had lost his dream, but at the same time he had found it in the boy he had saved from the darkness. But the shadow of doubt pressed again. He had not saved everyone. He had not fulfilled the calling that he had promised his heart. The voice answered differently. He was wrong, and called him by his real name, Russell Raymond, heir of the dragon. Stunned, he asked who was standing in front of him, and he heard. It was the master of the world, where the mirror silence was maintained, and also a name that sounded in legends with horror and whispers. The Mirror Temple. Raymond stood before the Mirror Temple, the cold walls reflecting his fears, whispering the doubts that lurked deep in his heart. The temple showed the most secret, indecision and weakness of magic, as if the very heart refused to accept a gift that exceeded normal limits. The power that had been given to him weighed down on him like the weight of the past, and memories of flight and fear of responsibility floated away like shadows on the walls. The temple was silent, as if testing the soul. Is it worthy of strength, or is it wandering as its shadow, seeking an answer in its own doubt? Raymond realized that the answer was born in actions. His path to protecting others showed that true strength is in the heart, not magic. Choosing to save the boy instead of running away was a testament to his courage, even when the power was still just an awakened shadow of strength. The temple silently acknowledged the test passed, and the promise to protect is true, like light penetrating the darkness. Spiegel kept the vow in his heart, realizing that even the weakest can become a protector if he chooses the path of courage. The temple revealed the truth. This is not an illusion, but pure courage gained in battle that prepares heroes for an even greater test. The temple mask fell. Raymond's body lit up with golden fire, dispelling the blue and calling him to move forward without looking back at the shadow. The announcement of the dragon's power being absorbed and the body being restored sounded like a new beginning. The golden mask was in the hero's hands. Alan Page appeared before our eyes, his determination instantly drawn into the chaos of saving the princess, showing his mastery in fighting. Enemies sought to break the artifact's barrier, but its determination shone through the fear like a beam that could not be extinguished. The princess, torn between despair and hope, shouted that the artifact would not be obtained by those who sought only power. The breakthrough came. The artifact broke through the barrier, and Russell appeared on the horizon, a mask on his face, his power shining super-soundingly and frightening the enemy. The enemies could not believe it. The heir's power went beyond what was expected, turning the battlefield into a burning arena. Russell focused all his magic, raising a blue dome above the attackers like a living shield, compressing space and time around them. The barrier repelled the attacks, but its power grew with every movement, as if the boy's very essence was coming to life in the magical flame. The fiery spear pierced the enemy's defense, breaking through the armor of magic, and the space around shook from energy explosions. The enemy, carried away by the surprise, did not understand how such power passed through the portal, and his eyes burned with fear and helplessness. Russell freed the expedition members and the princess, feeling relieved. They had survived, their faces glowing with the warm light of hope. Having thrown off his mask, he revealed his face, and the meeting with the princess and Spiegelman revived the trust that even time and battles had not broken. They realized that Russell's return meant a new level of power, but an even more difficult, dangerous battle lay ahead. Princess Hakata did not hide her joy and surprise when she saw him alive. Her hands trembled, seeking support and hope. The enemy felt fury. The hero's return did not change his goal: to kill and take possession of the artifact, trampling everything along the way. The tension was mounting, the battlefield pulsating with magic and anger, anticipating the inevitable storm of forces that would destroy everything and scatter ashes to the enemies. Streams of power tore through space like predators, and the air trembled like taut strings under the weight of magical blows. Russell locked horns with his enemy, their spells intertwining into blinding flashes that shattered the darkness and tore the light into fragments. Each blow left craters. The earth crumbled into stone dust. The floor cracked, unable to withstand the fury of the magical confrontation. Fiery spears clashed with waves of darkness, and the battlefield became a chaotic hell where the elements fought for dominance. The very sight of the battle shook, as if its frame was cracking from the fury of two forces breaking the very foundation of reality. The enemy roared that the mask belonged to him alone. Geron's voice croaked with the madness of shadows, desiring absolute power. Russell sensed the threads of a conspiracy leading to Blaine, and demanded a confession as to whether the shadow of a traitor stood before him. Their deadly dance quickened, their steps flashing like lightning, like the blows of blades cutting through the air. Flame and darkness collided, explosions blinded, tore through space, and it seemed that the world was breathing the pain of their battle. Every movement sounded like a ritual. The fight took on the rhythm of a spell, as if magic itself was leading him in an endless dance. They circled like fire and shadow, two antipodes, trying to break each other in this mad whirlwind. Russell raised his hand, and a flaming spear erupted from his palm, cutting through the night like dawn in the darkness. Flames engulfed his body, weaving into a whirlwind of uncontrollable power and preparing to engulf everything around him. He released a wave of heat, and the fire covered the enemy, bursting into a radiance mixed with screams and sparks of pain. Then his blade cut through space, leaving a burning scar that pierced the very fabric of reality. Each attack turned the arena into an abyss where only fire reigned and silence fled with its last breath. The enemy hissed that with the mask everything would be different. Then Russell himself would become his shadow, a slave to the dark will. The mask awakened Russell's dragon blood. The system allowed a second transformation, and he accepted the challenge without hesitation. The flames swirled around, unfurling wings of fire, and the very air trembled with its new power. His eyes flashed like hot coals, and his voice sounded like the roar of a furnace giving birth to a storm of flame. Every step he took was a blast of heat. The ground melted under his feet, and the world seemed like a red-hot cauldron. He became a living fire, the embodiment of a dragon, an element that sought to wipe the enemy from the face of the world. Gathering all the rage in his heart, he created the spell Origin, the true essence of his own soul from the flame. Runes flared up around him, forming a giant circle of fire that trembled with unspeakable power. From its center, a column of flame burst forth, striking the enemy like a punishment from the gods, carrying away death and retribution. The heat melted the air, the stones turned into glass, and the arena became an altar of dragon fire. This explosion was not just an attack. It carried Russell's will, rage, and soul, burning in the fire of his truth. Geron roared, demanding proof that the light could win, and even the chimera in his chest could not save him. He writhed in rage, unable to comprehend his defeat, his strength slipping from his fingers like sand washed away by a wave. Russell walked confidently, calling for him to surrender, but the words only fueled the hatred of the broken enemy. Geron roared that he had no right to lose. Even if the world burned in flames, his pride screamed in despair. The system reminded me, 10 seconds until the end of the transformation. Time dragged on like a thick, bloody fog. Russell reignited the dragon flames, his body exploding with heat, turning into an elemental whirlpool. Wings of fire spread over the arena, covering it with a glow that melted the stone and cracked the walls. Jaren resisted, but the fire choked his magic, which flickered like the weak flame of a candle before a storm. Russell's footsteps thundered like hammer blows. The ground cracked, and the battlefield shook under the weight of his strength. The fire dragon moved forward, taking the inevitable retribution. Jaren choked in the shadow of this fiery hell. He fell, broken, and still screaming, trying to tear the last spark of pride from his dying soul. He strove to become a chimera, dreamed of being like a dragon, but he realized that this dream would disappear along with him. Fate was merciless. His screams were drowned out by the roar of flames that covered him like an avalanche, grinding him into dust. In the crackling fire, Russell heard another voice, warm and close, like a long-awaited song of return. These were his comrades. Their faces shone with joy, like the sun after a storm when he returned from the abyss. His heart flared with happiness. He hugged them, feeling the burden of fear finally disappear in the flame of joy. Even Pepper the dragon had arrived, circling the blazing arena like a sacrificial altar to their victory. And then it became clear. It was time to return. Their path lay in Endymion, there, where a new destiny and new battles awaited. The Supreme Court of Endymion gathered in a ceremonial hall, where every step of magic could become a sentence or salvation of the world. The court turned its gaze to Blaine Prelogues, Jaren's teacher, as a man whose conscience now bore the burden of discipleship's sin. Blaine stepped forward, calm on the outside, but inside his heart was pulsing with sadness and the shadow of his mentor's guilt. He admitted his blindness. The disciple's sin echoed in his soul, like the echo of his own failure, falling heavily on the master's shoulders. His words sounded like quiet thunder, an admission that the master was responsible for the fate of the kingdom. Ursagers, the voice of wisdom, reminded him of Blaine's merits, balancing the guilt with the light of good deeds that did not fade. The tension in the room weighed on the hearts of those present like an icy sword on the scales. Every word echoed with the weight of fate. The court's decision shook hearts. A 6-month probationary period, a chance for correction in the midst of a storm of guilt. The court found guilty, but gave hope, leaving light for those who still believed in the power of pure magic. Daria Snow White, master of the Fire Tower, glanced sideways at Blaine, not trusting his sly smile in the quiet room. Ursagers stood to the side, hesitating, weighing every word so as not to contradict the will of the royal family. Princess Hakata entered, and her presence filled the hall with a gentle light of gratitude and grandeur that embraced the air. She thanked the rescuers, particularly praising Russell's courage, her words shining like a ray of light in the darkness. The princess winked at Russell, leaving a sense of an elusive connection and opportunities shining on the horizon. Russell felt a surge of determination. His name could remain in the memory of the entire kingdom. Like a light in the shadows, Alan and Spiegelman were on their knees, ready to accept awards for their deeds that changed the fate of Endymion. Spiegelman received gold and mana elixirs for destroying the heretics who threatened the kingdom in the darkness of the conspiracy. Alan Page received the Dawn Law potion, Morriganrot, and the title of Viscount for his bravery and sacrifice in battle. The focus returned to Russell, whose test of his father's legacy and the doubts of the Raymond family had become his moment of truth. The king demanded that he prove his loyalty and become a true protector of the kingdom, a symbol of light in the darkness. The achievement of the 5th circle of magic sparkled among the people like a ray of light, cutting through the thick, heavy darkness. The darkness only emphasized his strength, causing doubts to melt before the clear radiance of new magical power. His awards shone, making the kingdom aware of Russell's undeniable loyalty and strength of spirit. The king spotted the hero among the crowd, using the moment to weaken the opposition and emphasize the authority of the new star. Russell knew that 5th circle sorcery was a demonstration of power, but for people without magic, it also required a symbolic gesture. The fifth level of magic opened up incredible horizons, showing an increase in power that surprised and inspired everyone. The king of the kingdom marveled at the depth of his power, like a mighty oak tree that had grown from a small, inconspicuous sprout. Raymond's new title, raising him to the level of Earl, weaving honor and responsibility into one. The recognition was accompanied by a third military medal for bravery and unwavering service to the kingdom, a shining symbol of heroism. The king granted the government of 10,000 families, a sign of trust and great responsibility that radiated the grandeur of the new power. Russell accepted the will of the monarch. A wave of pride swept the hall, which burst into applause, an echo of recognition and glory. He was allowed to rise from his knees. Personal gratitude for saving the king's daughter strengthened the honor of the young hero in the hearts of everyone. Russell thought about what he really wanted, and the heart of an ancient dragon came to his mind. The magic of the past awakening new power. The hands rose above the heart, which changed color from red to blue, disintegrating into millions of shining particles of light. The announcement announced the discovery of the ancient dragon's heart and the acquisition of the forgotten king's corner, the essence of pure light. The light scattered across the hall, the magic was reflected, and Russell felt this was only the beginning of a new, great chapter of his destiny. Russell was shocked by the news. The heart of the ancient dragon was open, and from it grew the horn of a forgotten king, pulsating with lightning, like a living beam of invincible power. Russell was plunged into a deep vision, feeling the flow of magic, more deafening than ever while absorbing the essence of fire. An aura of lightning entwined his body, and even partial absorption gave him a third of the power of the fifth circle, as if the current passed through the hero's heart. The magic system confirmed the complete absorption of the horn, leaving the excess mana inside, as if unawakened energy, ready for new achievements. Pepper the dragon materialized before him, majestic and enormous, glowing in flashes of electricity like a celestial storm come to life in physical form. Russell felt lightning penetrate the creature next to him, linking their energies with threads of power, invisible but strong as a magical chain. The dragon rose into the sky, carrying an incomprehensible force. Russell felt chaos beneath his feet and screamed in amazement, not understanding the flow of energy. Pepper lifted him onto his back, and they tore through the air, the world merging in flashes of lightning, magic mixing with the wind, and his heart beating faster. Russell watched the dragon grow, feeling its ability to fly grow along with the immense strength of this powerful creature. Suddenly, the dragon burst into flames, and Russell was plunged into the burning flames, where spiritual wings flared above his back, like a fiery crest of a new beginning. The mana of the fifth circle and the essence of lightning merged into a single force, giving a feeling of power that could destroy any enemy without feeling fear. The magical vision was cut short by the call of a mission. Escort Count Kimberly, envoy of the neutral but strategically important Kingdom of Kiel. Russell realized the intricacies of political intrigue. The imperial faction was seeking to conquer neutral lands, and every step could cost lives. Old friend Hubert appeared on the horizon, and their eyes met in silent understanding of the danger that lurked at every step. Russell knew the mission was mortally risky, and doubted whether Hubert will survive, but loyalty did not allow him to refuse help. The task hung over Russell like a heavy magical seal, to return alive with Hubert through unknown and deadly traps. The reward flickered before his eyes. Mana stones of different levels, the promise of new power and incredible opportunities for the survivors. Russell felt no obstacles and moved forward with determination alongside Hubert, his wings of flame blazing brightly, lighting the way in the darkness. They raced through the sky, Hubert feeling confident with him, although his heart was anxiously foreboding the hidden danger lurking on all sides. Russell decided to go ahead, leaving a trail of fire behind him, scouting the way in the fog of magic, where every step could be the last. Hubert's death and the intervention of the Empire which Russell vowed to destroy at any cost, with determination and fury. The fiery artillery of magic tore through the air, and the lies of the fifth circle pulsed in the heart, filling it with strength and determination, like a living engine of magic. Passers-by looked at him with alarm and delight, not understanding who they were dealing with, and whispered about the power that was bursting from his hands. Russell formally introduced himself to the Earl of Kimberley, protecting him and explaining that he had come to accompany the famous envoy, as a shadow on his shoulder. But danger was not asleep. They were being pursued. The enemies of the Empire sought to stop them at any cost, like a storm approaching from the north. Russell sensed the strength of the enemy, Spandam or something more powerful, and prepared to meet it, not allowing Hubert to perish under the onslaught of death and darkness. The enemy turned out to be the Imperial Swordmaster Macrae, Huges, whose shadow hung over every step, reminding of past losses and imminent death. The carriage slowed. The Earl of Kimberley bowed in gratitude, his face alight with thanksgiving for the life he had saved, and his enemy lay wrapped in the invisible chains of inevitable fate. Tension hung in the air as the Imperial army approached, displaying excessive confidence and drawing shadows of pursuit with it. Russell guessed. The enemies were hurrying, trying not to hide their faces, and dark threads of pursuit slowly wove around their steps. Princess Keel appeared as a living legend, her power radiating with royal authority and the magic of the kingdom flowing through her every move. The Marquis of Comanche schemed to gain power through his son's marriage to the princess, and the Empire gave him boundless cruelty and the shadow of fear. The enemies were left behind, but a slight trembling fear remained. A premonition of a new catastrophe wove an invisible web around their hearts. Russell raised his hands and the space around him flared up with a fiery haze, forcing Hubert and the princess to retreat as if in a gust of storm. Before them appeared a figure, a man and a destructive force at the same time, the Empire's chief swordsman, personifying death and chaos on the battlefield. Black hair, red eyes, icy aura, Macrae Huges. His look did not speak words, but tore away the peace like a storm. Macrae's power was overwhelming with just one glance. An icy coldness pierced the chest, making the heart beat faster, preparing for battle. The red sword burst into flames. The ground shook under the crushing attack, and the air around melted from the destructive energy. Two spells and a protective barrier soared into the sky, lifting particles of earth like dust from the ashes of the dead worlds that framed the battlefield. The enemy's fist glowed with flame, his anger bursting out, burning everything in its path, as if the sky itself had opened up to disaster. Russell responded with a blow, flames tearing through the air, creating a chaos of combat, where magic and life merged in a deadly dance. Macrae watched with disdain, his body turning into a deadly aura, his scream tearing through the air, threatening all living things. The enemy's fiery body glowed fuchsia, and the spell struck Hubert, leaving him crippled like a shadow on a burnt battlefield. A sword made from dragon bones, soaked in the blood of mages, created to destroy those like them, as a curse of ancient eras. Russell lifted Hubert into the air, winged fire flickering beneath them, feeling the enemy's strength as if it were pulsing in his own heart. Rocks exploded ahead, and it was almost impossible to dodge. Every step became a dance of death between magic and reality. Macrae was challenging, and Russell felt the war between life and magic unfolding right in the sky, raising his heart to the limit. The rock exploded, the ground shaking, raising dust and destruction to distract Macrae's gaze, giving him a chance to escape. Russell felt an invisible thread of time that gave Hubert and the princess the opportunity to escape the death trap, weaving fate at the last moment. Macrae watched with anger, confident in his own superiority, mocking Russell's futile attempts to turn chaos into defense. Russell's two spells flashed like lightning, dispelling the darkness, and the magical spear absorbed the space, creating a chain of crushing energy. The explosive rocks distracted the enemy, giving Hubert precious seconds to escape through the hellish storm of battle. Russell combined the thunder ring and the storm into a single force, the blue flames exploding, raising a deadly aura, and merging the earth and sky into chaos. The second stage of dragonization caused Russell's body to shimmer with burning fire, raising a deadly aura that scorched the air around him. The magical spear, the spear of death, poured down upon McCrae, creating chaos that tore apart the earth and threatened to destroy all life. The explosions mixed into a devastating attack. The battlefield shook, and a protective shield appeared for the friends, intertwining life with magic in a final burst. Russell knelt down, feeling the effects of the magic, and smiling as he watched the result of his power and the storm around him. McCrae cursed, sword blazing in his hands, hurling deadly threats, his presence leaving an invincibility on the battlefield. Russell felt the voice of the Dragon Lord in his heart, wondering if the divine Dragon King himself was watching his battle. The power of the Dragon Lord flowed into Russell's body like a river of flame, giving him a determination that could crush fate itself. He felt that this power was the key to destroying the parasite, the dark filth that had dishonored the holy name of the ancient dragons. The Dragon Master faded into the shadows, and from his presence, like an echo of an ancient flame, a message was born. To find the remnants of their kind, to become the voice of the dead, and the wall of the living that would keep the world from falling into the abyss of death. Although the meaning of the words was still elusive, Russell knew that this power would allow him to carry out a mission that would change the face of the future. McCrae howled in agony, his hand burning in the fires of battle, his blood merging with the flames like a sacrificial offering. Russell heated up the fire spear, sparks flew, magic cut through the space, blazing like dawn in the middle of the night. But McCrae did not submit. His eyes burned with pride, and even the loss of his hand seemed only a scratch on his honor. The enemy mocked. In the boy's insolence he saw a reflection of his father. Old accounts came to life in the flames. Russell carried in his heart all the wounds of the past, injustice, loss, pain, and every step now was a step of revenge. Magic tore through the space. A fiery dance engulfed them both, but Russell's blows were more accurate and wiser. McCrae roared and cursed, and even his high magic could not surpass the ingenuity of the young warrior. Russell's simple movements became deadly traps, forcing the enemy to feel the alien's unpredictable power. The flames flared up around him again, but the attacks seemed predictable now, and the body was bending towards the ground. McCrae looked down with icy superiority, as if he were a pathetic boy who had prematurely cast the shadow of a warrior over himself, without yet having the strength to truly become one. His bloody spells tore through the skies, red and yellow flashes falling like an apocalyptic fireworks display of war. Russell admitted, "This enemy is superhuman, a mad power that destroys the very laws of combat and the mind." He sent a storm of wind, trying to break through the defenses, and McCrae's shields stood like rocks. Doubt gripped his heart for a moment, but he lit a new fiery spear. A wave of flame burst out to meet death. The field was burning with explosions, but the enemy only burned like an immortal, refusing to accept real pain. McCrae was furious, responding with a flurry of blows, his anger burning at the fact that someone had challenged him in such a way. Russell felt the breath of death nearby and called down a double blow, a ring of clouds and lightning of unprecedented power. To rise above the limit, he gave everything. His body became a sacrifice that would resurrect the strength of thousands of warriors. The muscles were burning, the current penetrated every cell, the speed increased, and he himself turned into a weapon. There was still an ace up his sleeve, a spear of instant reloading, concentrated in a deadly final blow. The blow split the battlefield. McCrae shook, his charred body cracking, but still refusing to die. The monster showed its true face, so terrible that even the air thickened, holding its breath. Russell saw the enemy fall to his knees, broken by pride, humiliated to the level of one crawling in the dust. The field burst into flames. His friends looked on in shock. He had driven McCrae to the edge where there was no turning back, and everyone understood. His suffering changed the fate of the world, gave salvation to Endymion and Keel. Hubert called him a resurrected hero, and these words became the beginning of a new era, forged in the fire of battle. 10 days after the battle, Russell's body remained emaciated, and the gap between him and the superhumans seemed like an endless abyss. He felt that if it had not been for Nicola's timely help, death would have already taken him away. The pressure of this opinion weighed more heavily than his physical wounds. Russell thought he was strong, but the truth was harsh. He had a long road of growth ahead, and doubts burned his heart like fever. The mention of dragons haunted the mind. Everyone believed that they were dead, but could even one shadow of ancient magic survive? The professor doubted the Empire, but it could be the one to blame for his father's death. McCrae's provocation would not change anything. Hubert insisted on a secret investigation. The Flame Tower was to be a refuge in search of the truth, and Russell agreed without hesitation. The master took all the events hard, and the professor was glad that the student was alive. In his hands he held an envelope with a seal, full of secrets. It was an invitation to a royal feast. The formal suit seemed surprising to Russell after the wizarding robes he was accustomed to. Daria looked at her student with pride. Her heart was burning with joy. The child of the fire tower had once again surpassed the impossible. Gillian showed up unexpectedly at the banquet. His presence seemed accidental, but it was fate that brought them together that evening. The name of the legendary weapon master made Russell freeze. Before him stood a warrior whose superhuman aura both amazed and frightened him. Gillian acknowledged his victory over McCroy. It sounded harsh to Russell, but fair. The enemy was only a shadow of the past. The conversation turned to the spear. Gillian felt the youth's strength and advised him not to stop, because the basics are only the beginning of a long journey. He held out the ring, calling it fertilizer for the future tree. The metaphor held the promise of strength and mastery. Russell realized that this was a true warrior disguised as an aristocrat. He vowed to take advantage of this chance before it happened. The hall fell silent as the king appeared. His majestic gaze and the sparkling princess next to him made Russell blush awkwardly. The monarch announced rewards. Hubert received gold, horses, and the right to collect taxes, a fair reward for his loyalty. The greatest honor fell to Russell. 3 cities, land, and the title of Duke of Raymond became the young man's new responsibility. He accepted the gifts with trepidation. The thought flashed in his heart. Another step has been taken towards the restoration of the family's greatness. The feast continued, and the air was filled with the silence before another storm. Every reward had its price, and Russell felt it. The king raised his glass and blessed the feast. The hall burst into light and music, like a fire after a long darkness. Thunder, dancing, and laughter filled the hall. Only the princess remained on the sidelines, lost in her thoughts, her gaze impenetrable. The lady-in-waiting leaned toward her, whispering about Duke Raymond's popularity and the need to learn to refuse people. She advised inviting him first, but the princess responded calmly. Haste is weakness, and patience is virtue. The young man bowed respectfully and invited the princess to dance. Her smile flashed. The maid of honor's prophecy came true instantly. On the parquet, their movements merged with the music. The princess asked what was troubling his soul, because his eyes were shining with an inexpressible question. Russell recalled her old words. She promised to keep an eye on him. He tried to understand the reason for such surprising surveillance. The princess looked at him with a barely perceptible smile. She acknowledged his intelligence and reminded him, there are deeper motives. Her fingers touched his face, and her voice sounded frank. The young man possessed features that appealed to her heart and melted her thoughts. Russell felt a little surprised. Princess Hakata's words had sparkled in the air like magic. filling the space between them with warmth and mystery. She did not rush him with an answer, only watched how his heart reacted to her frankness. Each glance ignited a storm of feelings in the young man. Russell realized that he liked the princess, and this discovery shattered the boundaries of his usual peace, like a wave washing away all shores. But the young man did not yet understand what he truly felt. His heart was beating, his mind was tormented by doubts, and feelings and duty were intertwined in a chaotic dance. Russell sat lost in thought on the cold bench in the garden, his thoughts swirling like magical sparks, piercing the darkness of the night, flickering relentlessly. Sir Alan approached quietly, like the shadow of an ancient warrior, and his presence was heavy, but without words, filled with authority and determination. He explained that he had come to discuss the Count's proposal. The old man's words sounded like a spell, measuring fate and measuring time in the air. Daria was eager to quickly complete her debt. Each letter and request from the old man pressed like an invisible magical press on her shoulders. Daria's hunting eyes watched him, and her questions burned like a spark in the heart of a storm, ready to ignite a strong fire in the soul. 3 years. Time to match the legendary Alan Page. The reward promised an old relic of the Master Spears, a symbol of strength and skill. Daria suggested a joint trip. The testing place was the Colosseum, a magically protected arena of the Sixth Circle, where strength decides everything. The arena's barrier could withstand the blows of even the most dreamers. For Russell, it was a new world, as he was only used to the magic of the Second Circle. Daria nodded enthusiastically. It was time to test the real power, and Hemingway emphasized the reliability of the barrier. Blows could be delivered at full force. Alan, a renowned genius among magicians, was now almost equal to Russell in skill. The test required strategy, strength, and instant reaction. Russell concentrated, each step forward, closing the distance, radiating a magical pulse, ready to explode with energy at any moment. Alan seemed not a magician, but a knight. His endurance and fiery power inspired both fear and delight, like in fairy tale legends. Russell unleashed a rain of fire against him, intertwining it with Alan's ice storm, and the arena exploded with lightning that tore through the air and the ground. Hemingway watched in admiration as the young man instantly followed his opponent's methods, demonstrating brilliant speed and desperate courage. The battlefield shook with the power of the two mages. Every step, every blow emitted energy that tickled the air, as if the world was coming alive with them. Russell attacked with renewed vigor, his fiery lightning flashing across the arena, forcing Alan to react with lightning speed, keeping up the pace of the fight. Alan ducked, and Russell's excitement grew. The enemy could not be defeated by simply approaching, so the ground shook with his next blow. The ground rose up, tearing apart the arena. Even Alan had trouble staying on his feet in the maelstrom of magical storms rising around them. Russell had no intention of stopping. He pressed on his enemy, feeling the power in his hands grow with each passing moment like a burning lava flow. Alan responded with ice magic. The ground froze under his magic, neutralizing the force of the earthquake and holding back Russell's advance like cold ice. The young man recognized the strength of his opponent. Before him stood a real monster, a magician who combined a cold mind and destructive energy, threatening everything around him. An icy rain fell on Russell, and he instantly created a wall of fire, melting the icy storm and keeping his place in the magical battle. Daria watched in amazement. Russell had mastered the Tower Arcana magic. Spears, rising to a level that previously seemed unattainable even in dreams. Alan created a water field, enveloping the boy like an ocean, trying to engulf him. But Russell showed no weakness, keeping control of the elements. The arena erupted in magic, an aura of fear and power merging into one. Every movement of the mages echoed in the air, as if the elements themselves were watching their struggle. Hemingway wrote enthusiastically, "Russell imitated the power of dragon's blood, a talent that transcended age and revealed potential like a growing flame. Daria was stunned. It was impossible for Russell to have dragon blood. His parents were ordinary people, and the power inside him shone like a hidden volcano. Hemingway concluded that there was only one possibility. Among the descendants of the Raymond family, there lived a high-ranking dragon, hidden under the mask of a human body. The magic that overflowed Russell made his body tremble. The power he hid exploded, even for the experienced Alan, like a storm that knew no bounds. Alan sensed the presence of another power. Russell was not alone. His magic was hidden, but felt like an air shaft of a spell capable of paralyzing a legion. Russell considered the scale of the attack. The spell could freeze entire troops, turning the battlefield into an icy nightmare that trembled under his will. He felt determined. If he broke the magical barrier, victory would be his. The world seemed subservient to his power, and his heart beat in time with the magic. Alan tried to block the blow, but Russell aimed the flaming spear straight at his prone opponent, like a star flashing in the night sky. The battle ended predictably. Alan admitted defeat, calmly accepting Russell's authority on the battlefield, like an old knight at the end of an era. The magician received a reward, stones of the highest level and a relic from the era of the gods. Hemingway kept his promise, not breaking his word as a wise guardian of ancient tradition. Daria couldn't believe it. The old master had really given up. His time was coming to an end, and the carriage set off on a long journey, leaving behind a trail of legend. Russell examined the relic carefully, the sewing objects of Arachne. They imitated the goddess's power to cut and combine space, creating magical knots of reality. The blade could cut through the fabric of reality, and the mana created connections between the cut fragments, turning chaos into controlled force. Even a weak cut became deadly effective when combined with other artifacts, turning martial art into a dance of magic. Russell realized that these artifacts opened up new possibilities for ambushes and defense, if used wisely as a skilled strategist in the game of shadows. Gillian watched Russell with curiosity, anticipating his skill and unexpected moves that could turn any magical tactic upside down. The training was not free. Once a week, Russell received a lesson, but had to fight with knights, feeling their strength and his own advantage. The fights seemed promising, but simple fights could not compare to the magic and skill that raged through his veins like an internal element. Russell suggested seeing all the knights together, a rarity that caused a murmur among those present, as if in anticipation of a great trial. Rumors of Russell's magical powers spread throughout the castle. He was said to have horns and to be able to breathe fire, and his name became a magical whisper in the corridors. The laughter died down as the Lord entered, and all the knights greeted the new guest respectfully, feeling an invisible, powerful aura in his presence. Gillian announced, "From today on, all knights will fight Russell with and without magic, training their skills and endurance like tempered swords in blacksmith's destinies." Without magic, the knights felt weak, but this was a test of technique and discipline, not a show of strength where every step weighed more than words. The mission's objective was clear: defeat the knights of Autumn Moon Castle and collect bonuses. Even low-level mana stones were valuable in the hands of a master. Russell engaged in a duel with Rohakan, a fourth-rank knight, where every blow resounded like thunder, and the air around them burned with tension. The enemy was incredibly fast and strong, and every move he made was a shock to Russell, shattering his confidence like lightning cutting through darkness. For Russell, this was just a warm-up. He quickly subdued Rohakan, putting him on the ground and demonstrating the finesse of his fighting skills. Gillian was stunned. The knight, who had the advantage in pure combat without magic, was defeated by the magician, and in fact, Russell humiliated him by showing his skill and strength. Next came Sir Vincent, a knight of the second rank, whose reputation preceded him and promised a difficult test. Fortune smiled on Russell again, and victory was once again in his hands. Gillian watched the boy's power thoughtfully. His achievements raised him to the level of an expert knight, leaving a feeling of respect and anxiety at the same time. Gillian and Russell walked down the corridor and stopped at a door. A lock, huge as a spaceship's airlock, was waiting for the mentor to carefully open it. They entered a huge library where Russell could select books for his study. His attention was drawn to the work on wielding a spear, and he settled on it. Russell chose a rather difficult literature to study, but if he could master this knowledge, he would be able to master the art of wielding a spear. The carriage then moved through beautiful winter landscapes, and Russell perfected his fighting techniques, honing every move to perfection. It had been a year since the book had fallen into Russell's hands, and he still could not grasp its lessons. It seemed that the simple movements hid the complexity, and his thoughts constantly distracted him from training. The mission shone before Russell like a beacon in the darkness, promising a path to the magic of the Sixth Circle and the sublime powers that lurked beyond the known. The reward was mana stones of different levels, each like a crystal of light, opening up new horizons of mastery and power of magic. The most important task was to find dragons, creatures that connected him with ancient powers and could change the fate of the world. Not only Russell's future depended on this search, but also the lives of the remaining dragons, hidden from sight and time. Russell looked through the old books, looking for traces of dragons, and noticed 4 possible places where magic glowed with a faint but noticeable light. He checked 2 of them, but the darkness was silent, giving no sign of the creature's existence, no whisper of a wing, no flash of fire. There remained only the Red Mountain Canyon and the mysterious island of Kurim, where magic seethed with danger, beckoning and frightening at the same time. Daria hinted that the path to the underworld should lead Russell to Snow White, the master of the White Tower, who held the keys to knowledge. This magical woman was half fairy. Her wisdom could reveal the secrets of the gnomes hiding in the labyrinths underground. Russell realized that Snow White's fairy ties made her a valuable and unpredictable ally in his quest. At that moment, Vermilion, an old acquaintance, appeared, congratulated Russell, and reported on his research into the underworld. Vermilion's presence filled the place with a new dynamic. The friendly yet tense aura of their meeting filled the air with energy. Russell became interested in Snow White, and Vermilion described her as a magical, if slightly eccentric woman who hid incredible power and a hidden secret behind her easy smile. They stepped into the castle, where a spacious room greeted them with warm magic, and in the center sat Emilia Merwin herself, master of the White Tower, ready to greet them.